louder. Say shalom. Salam alaikum. 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 Salam alaikum.
United we stand, divided we fall. All we need is freedom. All we need is love. Free Africans free. Free Africans free.
Be free, be free, free from slavery. Free, be free, be free, free from slavery. Free, free yourself from mental slavery. Free, free yourself from mental slavery. Free, free yourself from mental slavery. Free, be free, be free, free from slavery. Be free, be free, free from slavery. Yeah.
We're here to speak the word. We're here to stop the war. We're here to speak the word. We're here to stop the war. We're here to speak the word. We're here to stop the war.
Salam alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Salam alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Salam alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Salam alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, African one. If you wanna be free, the most simplest one in the world. Get yourself the bag of really reggae music coming straight to you from the one of the most peaceful man. So many lying down on the streets, whatever them with their guns in the hands. Get yourself the most free time. I preach about freedom. Preach about freedom.
We're here to speak the word. We're here to stop the war. We're here to speak the word. We're here to stop the war. We're here to speak the word. We're here to stop the war.
Take a look on the street, isolation, youth. Stop violence, isolation. You have to listen and be a man. The music we are doing is not a music for fun. We are preaching, hear it loud and clear. Hey, night and day, no slipping it out. Better preach, let the people hear. Better preach, let the blind feel. The sound of freedom and love. The sound of freedom and love. The sound of freedom and love. The sound of African one love. In the production. Ethiopia. Salam alaikum. Morocco. Salam alaikum. Libya. Salam alaikum. Niger. Salam alaikum. Nigeria. Salam alaikum. Niger. Salam alaikum. South Sudan. Salam alaikum. Sudan. Salam alaikum. South Africa. Salam alaikum. African one
Salam alaikum.
African wonder.
Salam alaikum.
Let's unite and be free.
Salam alaikum.
United we stand.
Salam
Divided we
alaikum.
fall.
Salam alaikum. Salam alaikum. Salam alaikum.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Wherever you're tuning today is concerned, citizen of South Sudan is live. It is September 24th, 2023. I welcome all our viewers all around the world, particularly back home in the nation capital, Juba, to watch this very important show as we are about to discuss a very important topic tonight, which is, you can see it below the screen right down there. After the internal and external failure, including the recent diplomatic embarrassment of the United Nations General Assembly, can the SPLM Party ask President Salva Kiir Mayardit to step aside in order for the country to be rescued? Today, as I said, that's our topic. And we also will be talking about the incident that took place at the River Yei Highway involving the two big trucks belonging to UNICEF. They delivered the medicine to Yei hospitals, medical supplies hospital, and while they were returning, the two drivers of these two trucks, they were killed, they were ambushed and killed, and the national are one driver is Kenyan and the other one is from Burundi, and also the third person, which is the driver, helper of the driver, it was injured from that incident. We will get at the bottom of that issues, why this such an incident happened, and who did it and why they did it. This is the uniform trucks, uniform semi trucks. They delivered the medicine and they were back, going back to Juba, and they were attacked and they were killed. And apart from that, we'll be talking about our topic. I will have my guest, Dengdi Ayok from the clubhouse, and also we'll have an open for others, South Sudanese, also to weigh in. Please, when you come in, don't open your microphone, because when you open microphone at the clubhouse, we'll put you up there. Please go down to the audience, okay? And with that, I think also we'll be discussing, it's like 4 hours ago, 4 hours ago, the Office of President page on the Facebook, the Office of President on the page on the Facebook, actually lie, big time. They make a big lie that actually President Salva Kiir or his government, while they were here attending the United Nations General Assembly, they made a deal with an American company called Caltech. An American company, it is an American company, oil, called Caltech, to go and invest in South Sudan to replace the Petronas, which is the Malaysian, the one that used to be investing in oil in South Sudan, and they withdrew, from investing in oil in South Sudan. So why I call it a lie? Because that company actually does not exist in the United States, Caltech. The Caltech that we know, it is an Emirate. It is from UAE, United Arab Emirates. That's the company that we know, and it is based in Al Shariqa, in Emirates. I don't know why they make this lie that actually an American company is going to invest, and is going to, invest millions of dollars, nearly $800 million, as an investment in the oil, replacing that Petronas in South Sudan. And the interesting thing, and I want these people of South Sudan to know this, the interesting thing, after Contemporary Junub is a forum on WhatsApp. It has a lot of political South Sudanese there. They debate the issues. And also, I visited presidential office every single day and see actually what they post there, okay? I know President Kiir have arrived already several hours ago in Juba International Airport, and he has been received by Dr. Yak Mashar. So after several hours, and we knew actually they were lying, they went ahead and removed that. They went ahead and removed that lie that they posted on the Office of the President page. So I wonder, why this level of devastation? Why? Why do you have to lie? Why do you have to lie that an American company is coming to invest in South Sudan? And that's not an American company. That is Emirates company. And if they are investing, we know that Emirates actually in South Sudan, they have some bilateral relationship, and they have been, dealing together. There is a lot of lands actually have been sold to Emirates. Emirates, we know that they are getting a lot of resources from South Sudan, Emirates, we know that that's the place that actually they make deals of the oils and the tankers. That's where the Bolmel and this guy, Garang Mabior, Salvador Mabior, when he got boxing from that guy, Kurajing. We know this is where they make all the deals. And nothing new about Emirates, with South Sudan. They are draining our national resources. We know that. They are bribing that government in order, to give them whatever they want. But for a presidential office in the Facebook to go and lie, simply because they want to look good, because they experience huge, diplomatic embarrassment that President Kiir has come here to United States to address the United Nations General Assembly. And he requested to meet with President Joe Biden, but actually it was told that President Joe Biden is unavailable to meet you because U.S., all of you know that, they continue to support people of South Sudan, but their relationship is based on human rights principles and respect. That's what it is. But President Salva Kiir and his kleptocracy, regime has not showing that for the last 18 years. So the U.S. actually is taking a different direction, and that's why the army embargo was enforced in South Sudan. It has been through advocacy from the United States because they are killing their people. But for you to be embarrassed, and because of that huge embarrassment, you did not meet with any official from the United States government. Actually, the one that was available for President Kiir to meet was the former ambassador to South Sudan from 2015 to 2017, Mali Fee. But unfortunately, President Kiir have turned that one down because they felt like it has been humiliated to go and meet with that ambassador, because that ambassador was in South Sudan. She knows exactly how you are running the country, how the thing are done in South Sudan. But President Kiir unfortunately refused, and he said, oh, well, you can meet with my foreign minister, which is Morgan Fitia. But Ambassador Mali said, no, we got to meet with you. Otherwise, no way. So President Kiir has gone back home, and he already touched down with huge embarrassment here, coming to the United States, the UN General Assembly, and he tried to meet with the U.S. Officials, but he has been turned down because of human rights violation, and doesn't have political will to implement peace agreement. A lot of bad thing has been happening in the country. But the notion that you wanted to turn the diplomatic embarrassment to lie and saying that, oh, actually, not only that, we came to America, and okay, that's fine, we did not meet with Joe Biden, but we have an American company actually made a deal with us, and they are going to come and invest in South Sudan. That's so absurd. You can't do that. And later when we discover it, that actually you'd lie, and then you went ahead and remove it. And I can show you actually how long ago they put this thing. They put it, and then right away. Now you visited the office of the president, on not Clubhouse, on the Facebook, you will not find that. This is what they put there. You see, this is the office of the president. This is the message that they were writing, and you can see there that actually they met. They were saying that President Salva Kiir met an American oil company ready to invest in South Sudan oil sector, New York. This is in New York, September 24th. The government has finalized a $3 billion deal with an American oil company, Caltac, investment to invest in the oil sector in South Sudan. The American-based company will partner with government to purchase and take over the shares of Malaysian state-owned company, Petronas, which is now withdrawing from South Sudan oil sector. The leadership of the American oil company, led by its chief overseas, Mohammed Malik, met with President Kiir in New York on Friday, marking the official entrance of an American company into South Sudan oil sector. What a lie. What a lie. And I was not, they make me laugh. I was not even expecting for them to lie. So, and then they realized that actually they lied, and people of South Sudan discovered that they were lying because there is no Caltech, Caltech, American company that's going to invest in South Sudan. This company is United Emirates company based in El Sharqa. Okay, we know the addresses, we know the phone number, we know who is CEO and all this thing. And after they knew that, actually we discovered and we knew about this thing, they went ahead and removed it. Now, if you go to Office of the President unit on the Facebook, you will not get that. The good thing, we did a screenshot and we kept the document, so they cannot lie in the future. See, because of diplomatic embarrassment, that's why they are doing this. There is no any other issues. There is no any other, reason they are doing this. Shame on them, and shame on them. And we have been telling them for a very long time that actually respect is not something that they give you because you are a president or you are a priest, you are a high authority of religious. You get respected. You earn it. The way you conduct yourself, the way you treat people. That's why you should earn the respect. All these presidents, president of Kenya, president of Ghana, Zambia, all this, they earn this respect, and that's why they were going to White House and meeting with President Joe Biden, and then it start talking about the bilateral relationship, talking about the businesses and what can then do between their countries. But if a leader of a country can turn against his own people, the people that he were fighting for 38 years, who else is going to respect you? And that's why they came and they went back with this huge embarrassment. I hope they are not going to turn this embarrassment, to create more conflicts among people of South Sudan. Well, this is the Kiir regime. You never know. They can do it. And you have seen already what is happening, in Anuag land, creating that wars. Okay. Now we have seen what's happening already. These are two semi-driver, they were killed. They were ambushed and killed. And we don't know who killed them and why they were killed. Right? So hopefully Kiir went back to Juba. And we hope, with all this diplomatic embarrassment, it's not going to create more chaotic situation in South Sudan. We need to be vigilant. But Kiir is Kiir always. It will always remain Kiir. So we are asking this very important question tonight, that after all this internal and external failure, because we have known that, we told you about the failure, it started since 2005 all the way to 2023. After all this failure, including the recent diplomatic embarrassment at the United Nations General Assembly, can the SPLM Party, do we have really people with good heart, with moral courage, with moral obligation within the SPLM Party to stand up and say enough is enough? We have failed here within the country. You have failed us here within the country. You created war, so many. Okay, and now we are failed also on a diplomatic level. So, Mr. President, can you step aside, go home, so we can restructure this country and start the process of writing permanent constitution and move this country to the next level? We don't mind if you can create the government of technocrats. At least we need that stability. We need the process to start in the country. Can the SPLM Party, people of goodwill, people who have heart, people who love the country, can they confront President Kiir? Can they, the seniors, can they confront President Kiir that actually enough is enough and it's time for you to step aside and let this country move forward? Can they do that? Can they do that? This is what we are asking tonight. Because you cannot conduct an election without even minimum standard, requirement to be met. You know what I've heard last week when we were talking about the 2% that actually, after they pass the law of the Election Act, and actually they said that 5% president-elect will be able to, to appoint. And Michael McQuillu has one more time came out and lied big lie to the people of South Sudan to line themselves this kleptocratic regime, indicating that actually this 5% is to protect the right of minorities. Try to make it sound beautiful and really good. We wanted to protect the right of minorities. That's why, the 5% must be there. And this 5%, it doesn't matter, whether it's President Kiir is going to be president or somebody else is going to be the president. But in reality, this is undemocratic. They're trying, to lie to the people of South Sudan. Actually, they are on the side. And the SPLM-IO and the other South Sudanese within the National Legislative Assembly, they are trying to deprive the minority in South Sudan. But let me tell you one thing, because we know the process, how the process can take place. If you want real sincere and fair election, and then there is a need to conduct a census so we can know the accurate population of the country. And then from there, the country can determine how many per a district. How many per a district? But you cannot come up from nowhere and say, oh, I want to protect minority. That's why actually we chose to give 5%, which is going to be like 18, based on what I've heard now that the members of the National Legislative Assembly are going to be like 300, 320. So that means that president can appoint 18 members of parliament. And that can make big difference, actually, if there is a real important issues that need to be voted on the floor. So conduct the census. And if you really care about minority, if you really care about everyone in the country, and then conduct the census. And then after really conducting the census, then we will determine how many members of parliament we want. Do we need 250? Do we need 300? And then what we can do from that, from the citizens of the country who are eligible to vote, not everybody who are eligible to vote, and then we can divide the population, okay, divide that population on the number of the district that geographic constituencies that we are going to create in the country. If we say that we are going to have 250, and then whatever population that we come up with the national census, if it's a 12 million, 13 million, 15 million, and then you divide that number on the number of geographical constituency. If we say that we have 250 member of parliament, those are constituencies. Then you divide that 14 million or 12 million on 250. That's a very simple math, and it's very clear. I personally, this is my profession when I went to school at the University of Utah. And then you can do that simply. And you will determine actually how many people will be on that district. In the United States, it is between 640 to 174,000 people can be in one district. It depends, what part of the country. But in our case of South Sudan, you cannot come and say that, oh, we wanted to protect minority. That's why we wanted to give president an opportunity to find and, to appoint 5%, or which is would be like 18 members of National Legislative Assembly. Do the census, divide the population on the district, and then you will determine, okay? In our case, we can do whatever we want to do because we have a smaller number of population. If we have 12 million, why not? Maybe we can make a one district, 50,000 people in a one district. You can make another district 150,000 and another district 30,000. Why not? That's the way that actually you protect the minority. And that's the real democracy. If you really care about the smaller tribe like Banda and Yulu and people in a really far away in the borderline. Look now how Anuag have been marginalized. Okay, if you really care about all these communities, this is how it should be done. But don't come here and tell me that, oh, actually the IO and the others in the parliament, the one that refused this process, they wanted to deprive, the minority. No, actually we need fairness, and everyone else needs fairness, and that's what we want. Do the census so we can have accurate representation, and that's what we'll do it. But Shokol Takirida is not going to do anything, right? It is not going to do anything. So who is going to buy that? Is somebody who doesn't know how process work. Is the person that going to buy what the lie that Michael McCoy actually was saying, 3 days ago. It is. Again, hopefully, the SPLM will have people of goodwill, people who really care about this country, and they will ask President Kiir to step aside. Because now we can see that there is more challenges, there is more, problems are coming to our beloved country, the Republic of South Sudan. After all this, diplomatic embarrassment that President Kiir have experienced while he is here in the United States, attending the General Assembly. You know what? It reminds me what that a poet have said, Nazar Qabbani in Arabic, when he said, وسترجع يوما يا ولدي محزوما ومكسور الوجدان وستعرف بعد رحيل العمر بأنك كنت تطارد خيط الدخان. Indeed, President Kiir can be يطارد خيط الدخان. Because all these things, they were nonsense. They're the way, of administering the country. There is way actually managing the country. But he did not want to do this. He wanted to do it in his own way. And now, look, an isolation that had happened, you cannot imagine. You cannot imagine what they are going through. But you know what? This is what they deserve. Because they have been deceiving people of South Sudan for a very long time. So please, stop lying. Caltech is not an American company. And we also ask people here, we asked a lot of our American friends, said, no, we never hear about that here. That's an Emirates-based company in Al-Sharqa. So with that, I would like to welcome my brothers, from Clubhouse, Ustaz Dengdira Yog, Ustaz Abdullah Garang, if you are available. And I want you to weigh in as well. And I will open the floor also to other South Sudanese who really wanted to contribute in this very humble forum of concerned citizens of South Sudan. So let me go ahead and post the link, because I don't want to take the conversation just only upon myself. I want you to be part of this conversation. Okay. So I will go ahead and post this here, and then we should be okay. So I went ahead and posted the link, and I do see here I have a lot of people, watching on Facebook tonight. So if you are interested, wanted to come and weigh in, and we can give you that opportunity. Please do not be hesitated. You have an opportunity to come. Hang on, guys. I know the volume is not that loud, but I'll bring it up in a moment. Hang on, guys. I know the volume is not. So let me do this. And please don't forget to share our live broadcast here on Facebook, Clubhouse, and on YouTube, because we are simultaneously live from Facebook, Clubhouse, and YouTube. Do that. Because not everybody is watching now, but we want to give them that opportunity so they can watch. And so go ahead and do that. I think we should be good for now. I went ahead and shared this here. And if somebody, I should pin it, I'm going ahead to pin that here. And it'll be okay. If you are watching from Concerned Citizens of South Sudan, you will be fine. I will remind you again about our discussion. Let me see here. Yep. I have done what I was looking for. And with that, if you want to weigh in, you are welcome, my dear brothers and sisters. As I said, we are focusing today on the SPLM parties and some incidents that have took place in the country, We talk about, the two drivers who were killed, and actually they went to River Yei, county, delivering the medical supplies with semi-truck, and that truck, actually semi-truck, which is the big vehicles, they were carrying medical supplies to people in River Yei County Hospital after they delivered. And while they were coming back to Juba, they were attacked, they were ambushed and attacked by unknown gunmen. We don't know until now. I've heard that, the authorities at Juba, they are investigating. Two drivers were killed, and these two drivers were Kenyan national and Burundi national. And also there is a Somali, the helper of driver, who were injured, who was shot in the head, and then he survived the attack. So sources was from Radio Miraya and from our also, people there who reported to us. And you can see there tonight, like I said, we are discussing after the internal and external, failure, including the recent diplomatic embarrassment of the United Nations General Assembly. Can President Salva Kiir step aside? Can the SPLM Party, the people of goodwill within the SPLM Party, can they ask President Salva Kiir to step aside in order for this country to be rescued? Okay, I do see you that Ustaz Dengit, and again, we have a lot of brothers and sisters who are really concerned about our country, tuning in a huge number today, to follow the discussion. In Facebook, I do see that there are a few people, but in Facebook, actually, we have more than 200 people already. They tune in to watch, this very important topic, and that we are discussing. Dengit Ayok, just to give a recap, I don't know if you were here or you just came in. I did talk about the two, drivers who were killed in ambush. They deliver, the medical supplies. They are driver of the UNICEF. They deliver the medical supplies to River Yei County Hospital while they were coming back to Juba. They were ambushed and attacked and killed. One of them is Kenyan national, and second is a Burundi national, and the third is a Somali national. Somali national, he survived the attack. Okay, and also we are talking about, the internal and external failure that actually President Kiir has created in the country, and the recent diplomatic embarrassment of the United Nations General Assembly. Can the SPLM Party, people of goodwill, people who care about this country, can they ask President Kiir to step aside and bring in a new blood, even though we can have, at least a system, temporary, government that actually will write the constitution and do a census and draw constituencies, districts in the country, and then we can move on from here. And I also talk about, the lies that Makwelu is actually saying that they are doing this, the 5% thing. They are doing it because they don't want the minority to be deprived. And actually, I disagree with him, because if we don't want minority to be deprived in the country, and then there is a need for a census to have an accurate population in the country and have an accurate representation in the country. Also, I don't know, something if you were following, the office of the president on the Facebook have created a big lie. And the good thing, actually, we made and all the screenshots about what they have wrote, early this morning here in the United States, which I think several hours ago, maybe 4 hours ago, when they make a post and they said actually they have an American company called Keltac, that is going to invest in oil sector in South Sudan, replacing the Petronas Malaysian owned government company that's used to invest in oil in South Sudan. And they claim that this American company is going to invest in oil sector in South Sudan. But in reality, there is not such a company called Caltech, American company. Caltech that we know, it is a UAE, United Arab Emirates. And that company based in Al-Sharqa, في الإمارات العربية المتحدة. That's what we know. That is not an American company. And actually, we asked our American friend, and some of us made an inquiry to the State Department, and actually everybody's saying that they never heard about that. So I wonder, do they want to make themselves look good? And why are they in bed from the embarrassment. Why are they lying? But the good thing is, it's still not going to go away. They remove it after contemporary Junub actually post a comment, and we knew about it, and we start making comment. They remove it from their presidential office on the Facebook. They did remove that. So with that, Ustad Dengid Ayok, I welcome you to Concerned Citizen of South Sudan, and I would love to hear your perspective on all these, issues we are discussing today. And it could be more issues that actually we can add to our list, our agenda to be discussed tonight. So Dengid, welcome to Concerned Citizen of South Sudan.
Thank you, my brother Yonkur Mayol. I greet you and I greet all the viewers and the audience here on Clubhouse. We are here to try to answer the question, which is the topic of this show. And the question is, after internal and external failures, including the recent diplomatic embarrassment at the UN General Assembly, can the SPLM Party ask President Salva Kiir to step aside in order for the country to be rescued? This is a very big question that we shall attempt to answer. We will give part of the answer, and part of the answer would be given by time. As time goes by, it will become clearer. Now, to answer these questions, we must look at what are the internal failures before we go to external failures. And anything that is internal or external, anything that is internal has a connection with something that is internal. You cannot have something that is internal without an external. So when we are talking about the internal failures, these internal failures automatically lead us to external failures, especially in the situation of a country. As a country, if our house is not in order, if our internal affairs are not well set up or well arranged, they can have a reflection on our external affairs. And so this is the relations between internal and external affairs. Because our government could not manage our internal affairs effectively in the last 18 years, that's why the internal failure led to an external failure in the recent diplomatic embarrassment at the UN General Assembly. And I spent the last 2 days on YouTube listening to different leaders who were speaking to the UN General Assembly in New York. And I emerged out with some of the best speeches that were delivered. Those speeches were so amazing. But that one of our president was not close to those speeches at all. And so I could see those of Mamadou Doumbouya of Guinea-Conakry delivering a very powerful speech in which he talked about the relations between Africa and the external world. And I listened to President Chakwera of Malawi talking about the international politics in relation to African affairs, as well as President William Ruto of the neighboring Kenya, delivering a very enthusiastic and a very intelligent speech, which was delivered with great enthusiasm and effectiveness. And it was also about the relations between Africa and the rest of the world. And so many speeches that I had listened to. And I came out satisfied. And those speeches were nothing if you compare them with that one of our president. South Sudan could be listed as the speech which was delivered by the president could be listed as the last speech. And so President Kiir put South Sudan at the tail of the nation with that diplomatic embarrassment in which he could not read properly a written speech on paper. While I listened to some of the leaders, they were just speaking directly. There was no written text in front of them. They were just speaking directly to the United Nations General Assembly. And that was the difference. So to talk about our internal affairs, every government the world over is in charge of running the affairs of the country or the territory that it governs. The government of the Republic of South Sudan that is charged with the responsibility of running the affairs of South Sudanese, the responsibility of achieving the dreams and aspirations of the people of South Sudan. And in the international language, these affairs are usually referred to as Sustainable Development Goals or SDGs. So if you measure the government of the Republic of South Sudan, the current government under the leadership of President Salva Kiir Mayardit, if you want to measure it, you have to measure this government in light of what we call Sustainable Development Goals. These Sustainable Development Goals are about 6 or 7 and 8. But I'm going to talk about only 5 of them. When we talk about the SDGs, in my opinion, health comes as number 1. Because health, as they say, is the crown on the heads of those who are healthy. And so health comes first. The health of the nation, the health of the people. And every country on earth must ensure that the population is healthy and that health services or healthcare services are provided and that these services are adequate to meet the demands of the population, including the urgent demand, including what we call natural disasters that could hit the country at any time. So when you measure the government of President Salva Kiir Mayardit in the SDGs and particularly in the area of health, our health system is very poor in South Sudan. And as we speak, women are still dying in our hospitals as they deliver children. And so what we call maternal rate is very high in our hospital. Women are dying as they deliver children.
Maternal death.
Because there is lack of adequate health services. Our government has failed in this area. Take, for example, Juba Teaching Hospitals. Juba Teaching Hospitals is not developed until now. From 2005 until now, it is not developed. So when you measure the government of the Republic of South Sudan on the SDGs and in the area of health, you could be ending up with giving it 0%. So that's number one. Women are still dying in our hospitals. No enough medicines in the hospitals. Sometimes people die in the hospital for curable diseases because we don't have good health services. Second to that, we don't have modern medical equipment in the hospitals. And because of lack of modern medical equipment, our doctors are not able to perform well in those hospitals. Sometimes there is no oxygen in the hospital. Some other time there is no electricity in the hospital. And imagine a hospital without oxygen or without electricity. Sometimes a hospital has no blood in its bank, and there are urgent cases in which people need blood to be donated to them so that their life can be saved. This is just in the case of Juba Teaching Hospital. Now, if you go to places like Rumbek, if you go to places like Turiz or Yambio, Tumbura, if you go to places like Kaya, you go to places like Awil, you go to Malakal, to Wow, the situation is worse. And people are dying there because of lack of health services. And so the government of South Sudan actually failed the people of South Sudan in the area of health. The government did not ensure better health services in the last 18 years until now. Sometimes our doctors are not given their salaries. And because of that, many doctors are outside the country because they need to be paid. Many of them are outside the country because they can't get their salaries if they work for their country. It doesn't mean that they are not patriotic. Yes, they are, but they have families that they are taking care of.
Yes.
And being a doctor is a career. It's a career on which they depend economically for their families. So in the area of health, South Sudan is zero. This is one of our internal affairs in which our government fails us. Now the next things after health could be economy. If you look at the government of South Sudan or at South Sudan in general under this government in terms of economic growth, there is no economic growth at all because the country failed in the last 18 years to develop agriculture as the main factor in economic growth. So the country is backward in agriculture. We produce nothing. And therefore, whatever we are consuming in South Sudan come from the neighboring countries. We consume whatever is coming from Uganda, Kenya, and other neighboring countries. And we have a blessed arable land that we can actually till and produce our own food in a high quality. So when you look at the economy, the government of South Sudan has failed. There is no agriculture in place. And by the way, if there was an agriculture, we could have industries, because agriculture and industry go together. Now the government depends only on oil, and we have been depending on oils in the last 18 years. The government talk about something they call non-oil revenue. What is this non-oil revenue? This non-oil revenue is 95% taxes that are collected on the border, on all the frontiers, whether from the northern border or the southern border. We have other resources which are not exploited, such as minerals. If you look at the minerals which are being exploited, it's only gold, and it is even being mismanaged in Eastern Equatoria State. The gold companies that are working in Eastern Equatoria State belong to individuals within the government. And presidency is not far away from this, because reports are already out. You'd all remember that Century issued one of the reports informing the people of South Sudan how gold as a national resource is being misused or mismanaged by the people who are in charge. We have listened to the former Minister of Finance, Mr. Agak Luala Chwil, who said that the gold money goes into individual pockets, that the gold is taken outside the country and it is sold, and the money goes into individual pockets. And that's why he was fired when he talked about gold and when he revealed to South Sudanese that the oil was sold in advance until the year 2027. That's why he was fired from his position. So if you look, or if you measure the government of South Sudan in terms of economic growth, there is no economic growth in South Sudan. South Sudan is a very big market to the region and has nothing to offer to the common market of East Africa. Yes, I saw you blinking your mic. Brother Yonko, would you like to say something?
Yes, Ustad, thank you for allowing me, to say something. As I said from the beginning, I made a lot of, introductory, and I did talk actually the issue that the office of the president page on the Facebook, how they lie about, signing a deal with an American company called Caltech. $3 billion to come and invest in oil sector to replace the Petronas, a Malaysian company that used to invest in South Sudan, and they withdrew from South Sudan. The point that I want to make a point of correction here to my brother Mashu, Mashu. Yes, it might be there might be an American company investing somewhere, but I don't know if you are at the same page with me, because this company called Caltech, Caltech. So, and what you have wrote there, if I'm not mistaken, I can see on the screen is Caltex, Caltex. But this is Caltech, Caltech. And this company actually, Mashu, to be fair, it is based in Emirates. It is an UAE company. It is not an American company, and it is based in UAE. It's a petroleum company, yes, but it is not an American company. You may have American company working in the American people, American engineers. You may have them working for that company, and that's fine. There is a multi-billionaire companies all over the world. You can apply based on job description. You can be hired. You can work in Kenya. You can work in South Africa. You can work in Singapore, in Germany, anywhere you can work. But this particular company that we are talking about, it is not an American company. It is United Arab Emirates company. But the government lie about this because of huge diplomatic embarrassment. They want to say something that they got out here from the United States with an American something. And that's why they made this. Why I'm saying this, when we found out that they were lying, we made a comment. We made a comment in Contemporary Junub, forum, and we made a comment and we did a screenshot. And I will read you the text that actually the office of the president on page on the Facebook, what they put. And as I speak with you, they deleted that. They deleted that from their page because they knew they were lying. They think maybe they can lie and people will buy it. But people like me here, John Kormayo, Dengdi Ayok, Peter Berajak, and others, we know about this. We cannot be fooled. But they can fool some people sometimes, but they cannot fool them even all the time. And that's what happened exactly. So, Dengdi, if you don't mind, I'm going to read this text for my brother Mashu here so he can be on the same page and understand exactly what we are talking about. He might be talking about something else because as I spell the company name, it seemed like to be different in what he put in comment section. So this is what they put this morning. I believe so 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago here in the United States. They wrote, President Kiir met an American oil company ready to invest in South Sudan oil sector. This is today, New York. And it said here, September 24, the government has finalized a $3 billion deal with an American oil company, Caltech Investment, to invest in the oil sector in South Sudan. The American-based company will partner with the government to purchase and take over the shares of the Malaysian state-owned company, Petronas, which is now withdrawing from South Sudan oil sector. The leadership of an American oil company led by its chief owner overseas, Mohammed Malik, met with President Salva Kiir in New York on Friday, marking the official entrance of an American company into the South Sudan oil sector. This was made by Minister of Finance and Planning, Dr. Bak, of course. So, again, maybe you are talking about some different companies, but the company that I'm talking about, it is not an American-based company. It is UAE company. We have the phone number, and I have a brother here a little bit earlier. He put the contacts, and I can even bring it back, and I will put it right there. And you can see on the screen there that the contact of the company. It's called Caltech UAE. That's the address, PO Box 38384, Sharjah. Written in English is Sharjah, but it's Sharjah, Al Country, United Emirates. Okay, and the emails, telephone number, everything. But no such a company here, oil company in the United States. We know the ExxonMobil. We know all these companies here in the United States. We know the Chevron and you name them. Those companies here in the United States. So this is not. And because they knew that they were lying, that's why they removed, okay, the contents. You know, the content that they posted, they removed them. And you can go back and you will not find it. But we made a screenshot and we had it. Something that I apologize for cutting you off, but I will let you continue.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. So I was saying that the basis on which a government can be judged are what we call SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. I started with health, and then I moved to economy. And in the field of health, our government did nothing. In the field of economy, our government did nothing. You played a video last time in which the governor of UNGA, Denai Jok Shagor, was telling the first vice president that our people are depending on food that is donated to them by
World Food Program,
by the United Nations and other international organizations which are operating in the country. So as we speak, our people are starving. They don't have food because we don't produce food in our country. So we are depending on aids from the international organizations that are operating within the country. And now the question is, if these organizations were not in our country, where would these people who could not find food would get food? And we have a government that actually says it is taking care of the people of South Sudan and that it is representing the people of South Sudan. So when you judge the government on the point of economy, the result is zero. And the country is very rich. We have a lot of resources. This oil money is being siphoned out and put in foreign accounts by the government officials, by the business cartel, which General Leo talked about recently. The country is very rich. You find businessmen and business women popping up from nowhere with a lot of money. It means South Sudan is a rich country, but the resources of the country are being misused by the government under the leadership of President Salva Kiir. In the last 18 years, we have seen a lot of financial scandals, corruption cases, and a lot of scandals happening within the government. And there is no accountability. You loot money and no one to hold you accountable. And Atanyuak said it very clear that the water became murky in the Republic of South Sudan. And that it is only the black fish that can survive in the murky water. But the white fish cannot survive. That is the situation under this government. So when you judge the government in the field of economy, the result is zero. Now, when we go to education, because these are what are called SDGs, guys. They are the basis for judging any government. When you look at education, the president in his speech, the recent speech at UN General Assembly, said that 2.3 million children are enrolled in schools. That was a very big lie to the community of nations on an international forums. We cannot believe that this figure is true. 2.3 million children enrolled in schools. How can 2.3 million children be enrolled in schools when the country has not been stable since 2013 and half of the population of the country is outside, taking refuge in the neighboring countries? And then Mr. President go and lie to the UN General Assembly by telling them that 2.3 million children are enrolled in school. And that's education as a sustainable development goal is being taken care of in the Republic of South Sudan. That was a lie. How many universities do we have? What intake does those universities receive every year? And the number of students that graduates every year in different specializations of all the branches of science? That is a question. The country has been destroyed by these SPLM leaders, and as a result, the University of Upper Nile is still in Juba as we speak. The University of Bahr al-Ghazal is struggling to produce the tomorrow cadres. But sometimes you find those universities going on strike because there are no salaries for the teachers. And then the government says that education is going on well in South Sudan. This is a total lie that nobody can believe. How many elementary schools did the government build since 2005 until now? Nobody knows, including those who are supporting the government. Last week, or was it 3 days ago, we were here and we asked Mr. SPLM, chapter chairperson in the United States, and I saw him today speaking on Lake State media. I asked him, how many schools did you guys build since 2005 until now in the 10 state and 3 administrative areas? He failed to give me an answer. What he said was that you can imagine the number of schools that are constructed in South Sudan by the figure given by the President of the Republic, which is 2.3 million children. He totally failed to give me the answer. So there are no schools built by this government. A school that actually have standards of the schools, the real standard of schools all over the country. A school that have laboratories so that when students are taught about chemistry or whatever science, they are taken to laboratory to do what is being taught to them theoretically, practically in the lab. And so South Sudan is not a kind of country that can produce scientists for tomorrow, because the education that we have is very weak. Most of our children are studying in foreign countries or the neighboring countries.
Correct.
The countries that are around us, especially Kenya and Uganda plus Ethiopia, plus countries like Egypt and Sudan. But Sudan is now at war with itself. And so there is no education at all in South Sudan. We want a school that can be built to last for the next 70 years. School that can last for the next 80 years. A school that can last longer, like Rumbek's Senior Secondary School. If you go to Rumbek now, you can still find that school. Why? Because the infrastructure of that school is a very concrete building, built since the time of the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan. And the school is still there up to now. So our government did not build any schools. The universities, the 3 national universities that are there, nobody's taking care of them. The professors and all the lecturers from time to time are on strike because of their salaries. So education and economy have got a strong connection. Because if your economy is not strong, your education would also be not strong. Because all the professors, all the doctors, the lecturers, and all the universities depend on salary. And if the government is weak economically, there are no economic program that can generate money, then those professors cannot have their salary. Mr. President was saying that education is one of the human rights at the UN General Assembly, and telling the community of the nation that education in South Sudan is free. when we are at a time in which the University of Juba is asking for the student to pay in the US dollars.
Yes. Yes.
And we have the Vice Chancellor of the university going to his social media page, telling the students and telling the entire South Sudanese that gone are the days of free education. I remember this, it was last year, when the Vice Chancellor of the University of Juba wrote on his social media page that gone are the days of free education, that you need to pay, guys. And if you are not ready to pay, then you will not be allowed to continue as a student at the university. And after all, the president had the audacity to tell South Sudanese and the world that education is free in South Sudan. This is a big lie. So after health, economy, education, we go to physical infrastructure. If you look at our physical infrastructure in South Sudan, almost there is no physical infrastructure in the country. And when we talk about infrastructure, roads are vital in infrastructure. We don't have roads network linking the 10 states and the 3 administrative areas. And the government has failed the people of South Sudan to realize the dream of road network in the last 18 years. From 2005 until this very time, the money wasted by this irresponsible government is so huge. The money wasted by this government is so huge, dear South Sudanese. That money could have been used in linking the 10 states with
highway
road network. Because once you have roads linking the states together, development can run through those roads. Because roads carry development to different parts of the country. But the SPLM government, under the leadership of President Salva Kiir, has miserably failed to lay down an infrastructure. And nowadays, when you speak, the SPLM members have the audacity of coming to tell you that roads are being constructed. Yes, we saw the road being constructed. And as we speak, the road from Juba to Terekeka and from Terekeka to Yerul has not yet reached to Yerul. It was last time inaugurated by the president on the 12th of December 2022 in a place called Gwalior. So it has not yet reached to Yerul. If you are talking about the road from Juba to Bor, and then from Bor to Malakal, it has not yet left the town of Bor. And as we speak, the whole area through which the road is supposed to pass is submerged by water. And therefore, the construction of the road is brought to standstill. There is no road from Juba to Torit. A tarmac road from Juba to Torit is not there. And the distance between Juba and Torit is incomparable with that one of Juba, Terkeka, Gwalior, Yerul, Rumbek, going to Toin, to the areas of Waraba, Kuwao. The government could have done this because it is a short distance. There is no road from Juba going to Pibor administrative area. There is no road. No road from Juba to Ye, a tarmac road. Or from Juba to Western Equatorial State. There is no tarmac road at all. And so when we speak about physical infrastructure, and especially road networks all over the country, the government has failed in this area. And the government wasted millions of dollars that could have done this in the first 10 years of its inceptions since 2005. Because this period of 18 years is a very long time. It is a sufficient time in which they should have completed connecting the 10 states with roads. So development has got connection with security. If there is no security, there would be no development in terms of constructing road that could connect the 10 states together. And so the issue of security is one of the sustainable development goals. Because without security, you cannot ensure all these things. So South Sudan has not been stable since 2013, and even before 2013, because there were a lot of communal fights, communal violence. Lake State, UNGA State, and Unity State, plus Warab State were always in the news before the 2013 civil war. Communal fight between the communities. Until the time we are still speaking now, we have a fight going on in Pochala, which is part of Greater Pibo administrative area. As we speak, there is a communal violence going on in Warab State between Warab and Abia area. Jonkor, I remember at the beginning when I came to the show, you told me about the two truck drivers that are killed along Juba-Lanya roads. This one is in the news. This is an indication that we don't have security and that people cannot travel in the roads that we have without being killed, just like these four truck drivers. Of course, South Sudan is insecure, and according to what I read in the news about the two truck drivers killed along Juba-Lanya road. And imagine what they were doing. They were carrying medical supplies from Juba on the UN track to Lanya County of Central Equatoria State. And then they were ambushed. The two drivers were killed and they stripped off their clothes in a very deplorable manner. The pictures I saw were so horrible. And the two trucks were burned. The medicine that we're carrying were burned along the road. So this is a terrible situation. And in the news, the rebels of the National Salvation Front were accused. But at the same time, I saw their statement in which they denied that they are not behind the attack. And they even condemned it. So there is an issue of insecurity. South Sudan has been insecure. So now you have a basis on which you can judge the current government that we have in South Sudan. You can judge this government on the basis of sustainable development goals. You look, what did the government do in the field of health? Put it aside, that's number one. Number two, you look, what did the government do in the fields of education? How many schools are built? How many universities do we have? Do we have scientific research going on very well in the country? You put it aside. And then you go to economy. Is the economy booming, as the former Minister of Oil used to say, that the economy was booming?
Now he got several $1 million and he kept quiet. He's no longer interested. Even when he has been removed, he's happy.
Yeah. So the economy is not booming, and it was not booming, and it has never been booming. The economy is already in tatters as we speak. Infrastructure, no infrastructure in the place. Security, no security in place. So these are the internal affairs for which the government of the Republic of South Sudan is in charge to take care of, yet the government has failed in all these things. Now the internal failure can be reflected in the external affairs. And this one was confirmed by the president himself last time when he appointed Dr. James Petia Morgan as the Minister of Foreign Affairs. He talked about the salaries of the diplomats when he said that the diplomats have spent 27 months without their salaries. Because the government has failed to manage our internal affairs, this internal failure can be reflected in our external missions abroad.
Correct.
It can be reflected in our diplomacy abroad. The failure of internal affairs or the failure of the government to run our internal affairs effectively is reflected in the collapse of diplomacy in all the countries where we have our missions, and finally at that diplomatic embarrassment at the UN General Assembly. When the chief diplomat, because a president of any country is the chief diplomat of that country, when the president failed to represent the people he claimed to be representing, that was the collapse of diplomacy in South Sudan. So he was representing his own failure. He wasn't representing the people of South Sudan. Now, after internal and external failures, including the recent diplomatic embarrassment at the UN General Assembly, Brother John Cole, you ask a question: can the SPLM Party ask President Kiir to step aside in order for the country to be rescued? I had to go in detail to tell the people of South Sudan what are these internal and external affairs in which the government has failed, before I finally come to answer the last part of the question. Can the SPLM Party have the audacity to ask President Salva Kiir to step aside in order for the country to be rescued? That is a very big question. I want to go by giving examples. We all recall that in 2021, 2 SPLM senior members actually had the audacity of talking to the president publicly. And of course, this was after they had talked to him privately. Kwal Manyang was heard making it loud and clear that we, the SPLM, have failed the people of South Sudan and that we have destroyed the country. The little which was left by the war, we came and destroyed it. And he asked the president, Salva Kiir, he asked the president that, Mr. President, it is a high time for us who liberated the country to go and sit in our homes and leave, or give a chance to the new blood to take the country to the next level. General Winacott, a veteran liberator like Kwal Manyang, and a senior citizen of our country, both of course are senior citizens, also joined Kwal Manyang and asked the president to step aside. And it was very honest, and he made it very clear that, Mr. President, we are physically and mentally incapacitated, which means we have no mental capacity and we have no physical capacity to lead the country And therefore, Mr. President, let us step aside and allow the young people to be the one to run the country. What was the response of the SPLM chairperson and the President of the Republic? You will all remember now what he said. He said, dear comrades of the SPLM, let me tell you this. I would leave this SPLM power the same way Dr. John Garang left it, full stop. That was the answer. So the senior members of the SPLM party actually did their part. They had that audacity of talking to the president that, Mr. President, let us go home. We have done our part, liberation. We achieved that liberation for our people. But running the affairs of the country is something that we cannot do because we don't have the mental and physical strength to do that. But President Kiir refused that. So after these two senior SPLM members and these two senior citizens of our country talked to the president ignored their plea. And sadly, Kwalmanyang left Juba and went to Bor. And President Kiir had to go to Bor to go and talk to him and bring him back to Juba. And last year in December, during the SPLM National Liberation Council's meetings at Nyakurun Cultural Center, Kwalmanyang changed tongue. And we were all surprised because this was the man who told President Kiir in 2021 that we need to step aside. But ironically, we heard Kwalmanyang telling President Kiir that Dr. General Salva Kiir Mayadi, you have to rule this country until God calls you. That was very unfortunate. We did not hear what Leader Awin Accord said after that, but I'm sure that Awin still hold the view that they are all enough and that they should go, that they should retire and leave the young people to run the country. So-called was won by President Kiir to his side. And there are so many ways of winning people. And you understand what I mean. There are so many ways of silencing the people. And I believe that Kwal had been silenced by the president. And that's why he changed on and became a supporter of the president. Yes, Jonkor.
Yes, Ustaz Dengit, you know, tell the correct story, actually, how these senior leaders within the SPLM party, they felt. But this is go back to, to integrity. If Kwalmanyang, that fought for liberation struggle, was a man that have integrity, it would have held on to his views. Because what I have seen, Kwalmanyang was complaining how he distanced himself from the SPLM party, bringing those of Bonamoloring, those of Tordeng Mayuen, those of Tutgalwag, those of NCP. This is always the genesis of complaint of Kwalmanyang. He has been complaining about those that actually those who were there, it doesn't matter to him anyway, because he needs people from the SPLM party to be running the affairs, whether they are corrupt or not. This is what the conclusion that I can draw. Because if you are saying that, comrade, we should go home and allow this younger generation to take this country to the next level, and then next day when president come, go to your hometown and say, "Quad, please don't leave me alone. You are the man that you were in my right side. Okay, I can write you a check for this, $3 million, $4 million. Come back to Juba." And then Qual go ahead and get in the, bandwagon. That means Kwal did not have integrity, actually. He was saying that simply to get an attention because he was complaining that he cannot meet President Kiir for 9 months. He said that. He said, I couldn't meet President Kiir for 9 months. But those of 2K and, you know, they are the one that, you know, getting what it's supposed to be getting. So Kwal actually was after something. This is what conclusion that I can draw. Because if he's really meant what he said, and if he said what he meant, and then we would have been talking about different story. It would have been consistent in what he have said. But unfortunately, the senior that we have are really motivated by Benjamin, by the dollars. If you show them the dollars right there, you see that, they will smile and say, okay. And then they forget actually the core values that they've been fighting for. It is very sad. But when we ask the question, we still believe there are people of goodwill within. There are good people, like the Tim Garang. They are in there, Bashir Bendi. There are more. Okay. Even Nyal Deng Nyal, sometimes he's kind of afraid, but they are still can play that role. There are more people there actually who want this country, you know, to move forward. You know, they don't see the need for us to be fighting, and that's why they chose to be inside. But they don't like what's happening. And these are the ones that actually will send our message to say no. You know, we have drained it, but we need the rain to come down and wash away the tears of the people of South Sudan. But the rain will not come if Kiir is still there. Kiir will bring drought and hell and chaos and devastation. And it will continue. But there are people who will speak and they will collaborate with younger. And it is possible that can happen. And that's the point that I wanted to add about Kwal Manyang and those who are within the SPLM party. Continue, Ustaz Dengit.
Thank you, Brother Jonkor. That is actually great. So Kwal was actually complaining for being sidelined and marginalized within the party. And because he had the attention of the president and he got what he wanted, he kept quiet and then he changed on. So he was not genuine based on this. And whatever we are saying about Kwal here is not something we are making up. It is something that we have followed, and most of the people who are listening to us actually followed in the year 2021 plus 2022. So what we are saying here is based on the realities, it's based on facts. So these are the two senior SPLM members who actually talked, asking the president to step aside, but one of them, that is Kwal, changed tone. And he joined the camp of Kiir, and he is now a Kiir supporter #1 as we speak. And this was the man who said that we ruined the country. Now we can ask him, the destruction you talked about is worse than ever. Now, no healthcare, no education, no economic growth, no infrastructure, no security, no political freedom in the country. And the future of the country seems so bleak as we speak. So we are targeting the SPLM members in this forum, in this show tonight, that they need to ask Salva Kiir to step aside. Because what we had said is evidently clear that we are mentally and physically incapacitated. We all saw President Kiir at the UN General Assembly, walking like a child that is learning to walk for the first time. Mm-hmm. We saw President Kiir not capable of reading a written speech in front of him. The English English that he mastered very well during his youthful days has already gone. He's no longer fluent as he used to be. He's no longer capable of reading properly as he used to do. Go to his old videos. Look at him at the time he was campaigning in Rumbek in 2010. And the beautiful English and the fluency of word, the flow of English, when he was okay. But now, he is becoming an old man, and that is the nature of human beings. His mental powers are tremendously decreasing, as well as his physical powers. And so there is no need for him to be kept in the positions of the president. And that's why we are raising the tone of our voice today to the SPLM members. We do still believe that there are good SPLM members that can actually talk to the president. We do still believe that there are people who could have audacity of facing the president. Because if the SPLM cannot play a role, history would blame the SPLM. SPLM is already blamed and condemned. And the coming generation would blame the SPLM for not asking President Kiir, in his vulnerable status mentally and physically, to go and sit in his house and take care of his grandchildren. So the SPLM as a political organization has allowed a man who had been a liberator to cling to power. And so what is the conclusion? The conclusion is that they want to see him leaving power the same way John Grant left it, in his own words. This is the reality we are faced with. This is what the SPLM leaders want to see. And this could lead to another power struggle within the SPLM ranks. In any political party or in any country, when the president is in such a condition that he is mentally and physically not able to run the affairs, it has to be confirmed through doctors. But let me be honest with you. President Kiir is not type of a president that doctors can actually check and come out with a conclusion that, Mr. President, you need to retire and accept that. Recently, he was in South Africa for the BRICS summit. You have all followed that one. Mm-hmm. During that BRICS summit, he went to one of the best hospitals in South Africa, clandestinely. Secretly, he went to one of those best hospitals and he did medical checkup, a general medical checkup. And he was clearly told by the doctors that, Mr. President, your condition cannot help you. He was supposed to step down right after he came back from South Africa, if he was a man of integrity. But he doesn't want to do that because he had an intention. He actually has an intention of dying in power. And that's why we are talking to the SPLM. And talking this way doesn't mean that we are interfering into the internal affairs of the SPLM as a party. Yes, every party has got its own external affairs, and they are the right people to think of what to do with their own party. But President Kiir is not a party man only. He is also president of the republic. And as citizens of this country, we are talking and we are raising our voices that you members of the SPLM need to ask him to step aside. This is the message we are sending to the SPLM members. because this one would rescue the country. Now he doesn't want to implement the revitalized ARCES. And he went and asked the international community to lift the arm embargo imposed on the country. And his government is an irresponsible government. A government, if allowed to get guns, it would use those guns for killing the people. Now he does not want to implement the revitalized peace agreement, and the other partners who actually signed this agreement with him are not satisfied. And that one could lead to another war in the country. And the country is not ready for another war. Juba, the capital city alone, is not ready for any other war. Because we have women, we have children in that city. If another war erupted, where are they going to go? Do they want to kill them? And the population of Juba, as we speak, is very high. And Juba is now the seat, and it is the place where this war that is looming, this war which is looming, Juba is the place where this war is going to start. It is possible because it happened before. In July 2016, it happened in Juba. Should it happen again this time, the consequences would be catastrophic. And we don't want to see that. Because President Kiir is adamant, he's dragging his feet on the implementation of the agreement, jeopardizing the future of the country. And so the SPLM, the honest SPLM members, those who are sincere, those who have integrity, those who have farsightedness, those who have eyes to see what is in the future, they should talk to the president and ask him to step aside. Now the country is talking about the election. He himself is talking about the elections. And we don't believe that there are going to be free, fair, transparent, and credible elections as long as Kiir is the president of this country. You are all aware of the situation. All the prerequisites of the elections are not in place. Jonko said them all earlier. What happened last week in the parliament is another time bomb that could explode at any time. And as we speak, the election bill is in the office of the president, and the president has returned to the country today. Or was it yesterday? Because we are already in another day. He returned to the country yesterday, Sunday, 24th. And the election bill is awaiting him in his office. If he signed that bill, that would be a declaration of war. And nobody is ready for that. So, as a country, we are looking for a new president that is capable of representing South Sudan. President Kiir should be asked to step aside, and his party would take charge to bring another man who would be able to lead the country. Because Kiir is a warmonger. Kiir is taking the country to another war. That is his plan right now, for the sake of dying in power. He would prefer that the nation die to remain in power. He would prefer to remain in power, sitting on the skulls of our people. That's what he wants to see. We cannot accept that one. It is up to the SPLM as we speak to have the audacity of asking President Kiir to step aside. Jonkor, I don't see who can ask President Kiir within the SPLM to step aside. You mentioned Nial Deng Nial. Nial is a very educated guy, well qualified, but Nial does not have that audacity of talking to President Kiir to ask him to step aside. He was recently interviewed by Mathiang Chirillo, and when he was asked, do you intend to run for the presidency and challenge President Kiir? His answer was no. If President Kiir is running, if he has an intention and have the ability to run, I would not run. And from that day, I knew that this guy have no audacity of challenging President Kiir. And they are all aware of the condition of President Kiir. So the health situation of President Kiir actually could lead to a lot of
chaos,
political changes in the country. There could be people who can usurp power by the force of arm at any time. As the war also loomed, a war over the implementation of the revitalized peace agreement. Yes, Jonko.
And that's what we don't want to happen, because when a chaos happens, there are people actually who won. We talked about the vultures before. They are the one that waiting for that, animal to fall in the ground, to die by itself.
Yes, and they are waiting for the elephant to fall.
Correct.
So that they can eat on its carcass.
Yes, and then they will jump in. And that will create more devastation in the country. But if there is a consensus in the country, within the SPLM party, within other South Sudanese political movement, it would be a consensus of the citizen that actually this is what we want to do to avoid atrocity, to avoid any other war, to avoid any other conflict. Then you talk a lot about how President.
Let me add this.
Okay, go ahead.
In the situation of Abdulaziz Bouteflika, there was a national outcry. In Algeria, that he should step aside. As we speak in Nigeria right now, the current president of Nigeria is an old man. He sleeps in the meetings. Now, as we speak, the Nigerians are speaking out that this man should retire. And he was elected recently, but he is an old man. There are a lot of videos on social media, especially YouTube, in which he can be seen, in which he is seen sleeping, not focusing. And he's not sick, he's well. But because of the age factor, he can sleep in those meetings. And he is the very person that is in charge of running the affairs of the nation on a daily basis. So what we are doing here is not something that is strange. It is something that is universal. When people see their president in a critical health situation, they have a right to speak and ask the president to step aside.
Yes.
What we lack now is that we don't have voices within the SPLM that can talk to the president to let him step aside. Brother Manon, you can come up. I have already invited you. So, Brother Jonkor, what we are saying here today is not something that is happening only in South Sudan. It is happening in other countries, and the people have a right to ask the president in a good way, as we are doing, that the president step aside. because we don't want to see another embarrassment. We don't want to see the president collapsing in front of the people, in front of the cameras. We don't want to see that one. فانتوا يا ناس الحركة الشعبية، أنا قاعد أفكر في الأعضاء القاعدين في الحزب اللي ممكن يكون عندهم شجاعة يتكلموا مع رئيس الحزب ورئيس الدولة إنه هو يتنازل عن السلطة. ما شايفهم. أنا ذكرت نيال قبل، نيال ما عنده الشجاعة دي. منو بيقدر ينضم لويناكوت تاني في الاس بي ال ام؟ معناته معظم الناس اللي قاعدين في الاس بي ال ام وبالذات الناس اللي جابوهم فوق مؤخرا، الناس كلهم مستفيدين من وجود سلفة في سلطة، وبالتالي ما بقدر بكون عندهم الشجاعة عشان يقول له أنت أنزل من الكرسي نهائي. اليوم ما يتكلم عنهم إنه جزء من التجار ديل بقوا قويين وبقى سينيور advisors to the president، ما عندهم الشجاعة نهائي. فأنا ذاته يا أستاذ جونكور أنا بقيت برا إنه داخل الحركة الشعبية لتحرير السودان زعامة سلفا كير ما في ناس ممكن يرفعوا صوتهم عشان يقدر يتكلموا، لأنه سكتوا لزمن طويل جدا حول الحالة الصحية بتاعت الرئيس دي وعدم قدرته اللي مشى فضحنا أمام الأمم المتحدة الأسبوع اللي فات ده. معناه هم منتظرين مزيد من الفضايح، إما الرئيس ينهار أمام الناس نهارا جهارا، أو ينهار في سلم بتاع الطائرة أو ينهار جوا مكتب، أو ينهار في أي مكان وقاعد فوق. ما ده الحاجة الفضل. ده الحاجة الفضل، لأنه الرئيس بقى يمشي تاتت. ونحن نتكلم عن الحالة الصحية بتاع الرئيس، ما بنتكلم من باب الشماتة، بنتكلم من باب المسؤولية يا جماعة. وكلنا بنمرض، كلنا بني بشر، كلنا بنضعف بنمرض. لكن انت لما تمرض وانت قاعد في منصب عام زي ده، منصب متعلق بحياة الملايين وبإدارة شؤون الملايين من الناس، انت لابد تتناهى. ومكتوب في الدستور، يعني انا قرينا المواد ده قبل كده هنا، كلام مكتوب في الدستور. يعني سلفا كير ما داير حتى لو جبت له اطباء ليله يعني ناس الحركه الشعبيه وعملوا له تشيك ما هيقبل. عنده حصل له في ساوث افريقيا قريب ده وهو ما قبل. معناه his plan is to die in power. وسكوت الاس بي ال ام بيدل على انهم رضيانين، مع انه انا قاعد اؤمن انه الصمت او السكوت ما علامه رضا في كل الاحوال، لكن في هذه الحاله السكوت علامه رضا داخل الحركه الشعبيه لتحرير السودان زعامة كير مياردين. فانتوا قولوا لنا يا ناس الاس بي ال ام ليه انتوا تخلوا كير يكون موجود في سلطه في الحاله دي؟ متفقين معه يموت فوق الكرسي؟ انتوا ما عندكم قدره عشان تتكلموا معه؟ ما عندكم مبدا بتاع النقد الذاتي داخل التنظيم؟ فضحتوا البلد وعايزين تفضحوه زياده. ابقوا رجال دقوا صدوركم عشان نقدر نسمعكم. يا المهزل اللي بيحصل قدامنا ده لازم تشوفوا له نهايه. تحت غيادة بتاعت سلفا كير حزبكم زاد صورته انتهى. ولو في انتخابات حرة ونزيهة وشفافة وصادقة حقيقية كده، الاس بي ال ام ما بيلقى مقاعد لا لبرلمان لا لرئاسة جمهورية لا لمقاعد على حكام الولايات. خليك من حكام الولايات، بومة ساكت ما يلقوه. لأنه 18 سنة من الفشل، 18 سنة من الفشل، أهداف التنمية المستدامة الحكومة بتاع الاس بي ال ام فشلت فيه. إذا ما الذي تبقى؟ لم يبقى شيء سوى رحيل الحركه الشعبيه ذاته بالرئيس حقهم ده بدل ما نحن نساله منه قول للرئيس ده يمشي. Brother Jonkor, I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ustaz Dengdi Dayok. Kalam Jamil Jidan Jidan. You have spoken with a lot. And indeed, you know, we are concerned as a citizens. And that's why we come out and we speak of a matter of concern in our country. Because if we are not concerned, we would be just keeping quiet, people who don't care. But we feel like there's a moral obligation, you know, and that's why we have to speak up. And when we speak about the president actually being unhealthy, too old, and he's weak, that's not defying the age. We are not confronting the age. Everyone will age. I will age. I may be stronger now, but I'm going to be an old man if I am not dead, you know, later, you know, earlier, or, you know, later, I'm going to be an old man anyhow. You know, we are not actually defying that. And we are not saying that we are confronting the age and we are saying that, oh, Salva Kiir is an old man, we are mocking him and he's sick and all these things. But there are principles, if you cannot do the work, and if you are mentally incapacitated, because right now the stage that President Kiir is unhealthy, is sick. You can see how he walk. He's not even lifting his foot. Okay, he's like somebody wanted to skate. You know, that's what it is. You watch that when he was, you know, try to walk to the stage at the UN General Assembly to give a speech. So it wouldn't even require citizens to be speaking on a daily basis that, please, you are sick, you need to step aside. When somebody get old, you will retire. We know that. Okay, and if you are sick too, there is a need for you to exit and go and seek medical attention. That's fine, nothing wrong with that. And because country is bigger than anyone, and we have right, ya Jama, we have right to speak up. We have right to say he is sick and he is old. And because we are concerned, we don't want chaos to happen. We don't want any power vacuum to happen. You have seen how he ruled this country actually anyway. Okay. There is no plan, because when somebody is not weak only physically, is mentally weak. And that's why you see it's just the same dilemma is happening. Chaos is happening. But you don't see any planning, you know, for the country to move forward. So what is wrong with it? For the citizen to speak up and say, hey, you need to step aside. And then people say, oh, no, you are mocking the president. You are not mocking the president. If I'm working in a company and I am old, I have to retire. That's fine. There is a reason that people say retire if you work for a company, because they know your age ability, what you can do on that stage. And now President Kiir cannot do anything. You know that. He cannot even handle the meeting for 5 hours. He cannot stay in a meeting for 5 hours. You see?
And he cannot read. He cannot read all the security reports and other reports that are coming to his office.
He cannot read properly. He cannot, because that's why we're saying physically and mentally he's unable. Should we wait, like what you say, they need to collapse on the stairs, to collapse, and then everybody, all this vulture, everybody will be running, oh, it's my turn now. This is an opportunity for me to get in. Why? And we are a people of common purpose, ya Jama. South Sudanese are intelligent. They are intelligent. They can figure this thing out. And the SPLM party themselves, they are a lot of intelligent people. They can figure this thing out.
Yes, Jonkor, you are right. There must be an arrangement for power transfer from him to another capable man.
Exactly.
This is how it is done in all the civilized nations of the world. And no one will do this except the SPLM party.
Yeah. And nothing was wrong with that. And for how long are we going to be like this? You don't want to fight. Oh, well, is a comrade, you have been fighting. Yes, you have been fighting. We were fighting for the people. You have been fighting for the people. And you have that opportunity, to be a leader for that country. He should be feel proud, and you should be proud that Kiir has ruled the country for 18 years. That is okay. Okay? Thing went wrong. Thing went wrong. We are not asking now, you know, for you to pay all these things that have gone wrong. But Yaki, step aside, clear the way. So people with ability can take this country. You, SPLM Zadu, can bring somebody. You Zadu, the SPLM, can bring somebody. Because, this is what I believe in. Salva Kiir, in his administration, the country has become more fragile. Okay? Division, wars, community violence. There is no state in South Sudan has not having problem. Western Barakazal, there is war. Warab, there was really communal violence. Okay? In Lagos State, there were communal violence. Right? Central Equatorial, there is a war. Eastern Equatorial, there is war. Okay? In Jungle, there is a war. In Upper Nile, there is a war. In Unity, there is a war. Everywhere, administrative area, there is violence. Abia, they have issues with the tweet. Everywhere. Let us have a common sense and let us be rational. South Sudanese cannot reconcile if Kiir is the leader. They cannot. You know, there is a hope if Kiir is no longer there. That somebody who is very bitter about what Kiir has done to his family, okay, there is a hope there. There is a chance that they will say, you know what, he is no longer there. Let's give a chance to whoever coming here to reconcile people and bring everybody on the table, and then we can sit. But with him, it will not happen because he has not showing that for a very long time. And there is no reason to believe that Kiir, for 18 years, did not take this country, you know, forward. There is no reason to believe that he can achieve something. Never, ever. Okay? Yeah, you know, when somebody fail in the test, you go and study, right? Because you want to get the answer right. But if you had a test, exam, and the thing that you marked wrong, you know, last year or last week or last month, whatever, don't assume that you will come and mark those and then you will get a different result. You are going to get the same result. Failure, you are going to fail. So the SPLM and the member of the SPLM, they need to understand that. This is the same person from 2005 that have failed the nation, that created the war, that got us to where we are now. Why do they assume that he's going to succeed? Why do they assume that something magic will happen? It has a clear way. We know how we conduct the business. So I want you to understand that there is no one is mocking all men. We are not mocking him. We are going to be old. I'm going to be old. Oh, who knows? I can die before. Maybe I can die when I am 50 or now, or a week from now, 2 months from now. Who knows? No one can mock him at all because he's aging. But the country is bigger than him and he's bigger than anyone. And if you cannot do it, leave it. Let somebody else stronger mentally, physically can do it. Nothing wrong with that. And he should be proud too for doing that. Because that is the moral courage and moral obligation. Someone who has obligation, actually, if feel obligated toward a citizen, will do that. Will say, oh, no, I don't want to turn them down. This is what I want to do. There is no mocking here. Like in people with no brainer will come here and say, oh, they are mocking the president. You are going to get old. Why would you doing that? He's an elder. Yes, he's an elder. An elder is supposed to be a man of wisdom, right? That's what it is. If you are going from cultural aspect. But at the same time, you know, Bible said that you cannot serve two masters. What the heck are you talking about? Because here at the same time, you want to do democracy, you want to do fairness. At the same time, you said, oh no, he's an elder. You know, we can allow him to continue. You know, he's an elder until he died. What are you doing? What are you telling us exactly? You are confused. Huh?
In the country where you are,
yes,
the Americans are asking the current leader of their nation to step aside.
Absolutely.
Because of what happened to him twice.
Absolutely.
So South Sudan is not an exception.
Absolutely. Even Joe Biden was democratically elected and nothing went wrong, and he was not brutalized anyone. He's not a dictator. Okay, he did not do any corruption, but Kiir has done corruption, right? And Kiir brutalized everyone, and people are in jail right now, political detainees. right as I speak, and you cannot speak in the country. There's no political space. But here in US, there is political space. But people are asking him because Joe has no ability right now. I myself, as a South Sudanese American, I'm not going to vote for Joe because he's an old man and he cannot function. When he go to an event, he fell. He just that now, Democratic Party, there's a lot of voices are saying that no, Jama, we need to find another candidate. That's fair. Yes. Right? Because you cannot impose yourself. But is United States is a peaceful country, it's a democratic. If something happened to Joe, they're not going to have a chaos. Unlike South Sudan. In South Sudan, if something happened today, if this old man collapsed on the stairs or got a heart attack or something happened in the middle of nowhere, we're going to have a more chaotic situation. And that's why we want to rescue this. We don't want that to happen. Because there are vultures, waiting. They are waiting. There are people, finance, they didn't see the Fimia Lakra. They are waiting for that dirty water so they can fish on that dirty water. There are people there in Juba. We know them. They are. There are people actually waiting for chaos. But because we love the country and we care, that's why we are concerned about this. We need consensus before this guy to get to that chaotic situation, a collapsing situation. And then now everybody want to be a president. And you don't know what to do and citizens are dying. Don't you guys see that, the SPLM Party? You don't have to be genius. Don't you see that? I think you can see that. And you can make a decision. And you can say, no, I don't want my country that I've been fighting for to go again on that cycle. This is what would happen exactly. I'm not trying, no, but an advice, brotherly advice. A concerned citizen. Because we are so concerned. Right? Okay. I think, Dengdit, I want to give an opportunity. I do see that we have three gentlemen here. We have Kunyuk Atem. He came a little bit.
Let me.
No, Kunyuk.
Let me say something before.
Yes, I will let you say something, and then we let Kunyuk, and then we go to Manon, and then after that we go to Tuj.
Kunjok, pronounce the name correctly.
Kunjok, I thought it's Kunyuk, but anyway, I apologize. Yeah.
Yes. You asked me earlier to make a comment on the news, a piece of news we read on social media on the press unit that is under the presidency, which posts some news to update the citizen.
The Office of President page, yes.
Yes. Office of the President, press unit, yes. I think I'm among the first few people who read that one. In 3 minutes after it was posted, I saw it. And I read it.
Yes.
And then I actually shared it with you.
Yes, you did.
But I cannot make more comments on this because I have no complete clue of this company that is called Caltech, and which is said to be an American company.
Caltech.
According to the information I obtained up to now, this company is not American.
Yep.
It's not American. And so there are a lot of questions that comes to mind. Why is the government doing this? Why are they telling the nation that they have found an American company and that they have signed an agreement with to work in the oil sector to replace Petronas, the Malaysian company? And this comes at a time when the diplomatic relations between South Sudan or between Kiir's administration and the US are witnessing a great deterioration. And we are all aware of what happened in New York. Before President Kiir traveled to New York, there was a letter sent to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Dr. Morgan, in which he was informed that Joe Biden would be unavailable to meet President Kiir, but they have Molly P who would be there to meet President Kiir, but President Kiir declined actually to meet Molly P. So he came back to the country without meeting the U.S. official. And the reason why he declined to meet Molly P. is that Molly is a junior government official, and he is a president. So he felt humiliated, and maybe he was advised by those in his protocol that Mr. President...
Plus, Molly, she was a U.S. ambassador to South Sudan from 2015, 2017, and she confronted President Kiir in a numerous occasions how things are going in the country to do with the human rights, to do the corruption. Go ahead.
Exactly. So President Kiir declined, and after he arrived home, we read that news, and actually President Kiir met the American company in New York before he arrived home yesterday. They met with that company and they reached an agreement. They signed a document. And the director general of that company is Mohammed Malik. And so most of the people are saying that it is an Emirate company. It has nothing to do with the US. So this is what I know. And I still have no complete clue about the company. I need to do my own research so that when I speak based on something that I know. But this is the information which people are now sharing. Okay? So I need to do my own homework and so that I can be able to speak in details. But for now, South Sudanese need to understand that this company is not an American company. And if it is not an American company, what is the intention of the government telling the public that they have reached a deal with an American company to replace the Petronas, the Malaysian company in the oil sector? What is the point of the government? This is misleading and this is not acceptable. This is what I wanted to say because you asked me earlier.
Yes. Thank you.
The other thing you asked me is the 5%. The 5% powers given to the president in the electoral bill or the elections bill 2023, which was recently rectified in a very controversial way in the assembly. I saw the video of Michael McQuay in which he defended this, but you know the justification given by McQuay are unrealistic. ده بالعربي بيقولوا شنو؟ يعني الحكومة دايرة تنقذ شنو؟ يعني دايرة تنقذ ما وجهها طبعا.
نعم.
ده الحاجة الحاصل في تبريرات بتاع مايكل ماكوي. So the issue بتاع 5% in my opinion this is against the principle of democracy. ليه؟ لأنه إذا نحن اتفقنا إنه الأعضاء بتاع البرلمان يقعد يتم تعيينهم فما في داعي إنه رئيس الجمهورية يقعد يصدر قرارات أو يكون في حق في قانون يدله إنه شنو؟
يعين.
يقعد يعين. ده ما بيتنافى تماما مع المبدأ بتاع الانتخابات. مع الانتخابات وإنه الناس تتنافس والزول اللي انتخبوه أو يقدر يمشي. كويس؟ فالإيشو بتاع 5% is still fishy. رغم التبريرات بتاع أستاذ مايكل ماكوي في الإعلام قبل 4 أو 3 يوم من الليلة. كويس؟ In my opinion, this is against the principles of democracy. وأنا بأيد إنه القانون ده ينص على إنه members of the parliament يعمل لهم elect from their geographical constituencies. كده نحن بنقدر يكون عندنا يعني حاجة كويسة. 5% ده is a reserve أو ده قوة المودينه للبريزيدنت عشان يقعد يجيب الناس الموالين له للبرلمان. كويس؟ وقبل كده حصل مشاكل في البرلمان وانا كنت قاعد الكلام ده في 2013. طبعا لما the former SPLM spokesperson دكتور سامسون كواجي ليت سامسون لما يتوفى المقعد بتاعه في البرلمان فضل فاضي وما عينوا فوق زول. بعد زمن الرئيس يعين فوقه واحد اسمه فيستو ليمي سوميندا من مقاطعة بتاع لانيا من منطقة بيسموه أندروبا. الممثلين بتاع مقاطعة لانيا في البرلمان ناس كندو وناس جويس جيمس دوسمان وناس الناس دي جاء عملوا هناك، جاء عملوا رفضوا الكلام ده. الزمن ده ماغوغ رونديال هو اللي كان سبيكر بتاع البرلمان، وانا كنت قاعد في البرلمان. الناس ديل رفضوا تعيين ده لانه قالوا الزول ده هو من ضمن الناس اللي كانوا عاملين مؤامره بتاع محاوله اغتيال. طبعا سامسون كواجيري كان عامل له محاوله بتاع اغتيال في منطقه بتاع وندوربا ده. فلما الرئيس جاء عين زول ده، الناس ديل عملوا هناك جوطه شديد في البرلمان. لما جابوه قدام ناس عشان يحلفوا، عملوا جوطه شديد وقاطعوا الجلسه. وماغوغ رونديال الزمن داك اصر انه زول ده يعدل حليفه كويس. فالكلام بتاع 5% ده يعني قوه احتياطيه مودينه للرئيس عشان يقعد يعين فوقه الناس الموالين بالنسبه له، ما حفاظا على حقوق بتاعت الماينورتيز او الاقليات زي ما مايكل مكوي بيحاول يبرر في الكلام بتاعه. الفيديو بتاعه انا شايف الفيديو واستمعت للكلام اللي هو قاله كله. فده كلام ما بيغنى، ممكن يعني يغنى اي زول متابع واللي زول بيعرف الحركه الشعبيه للتحرير السودان كويس. فده الحاجات نحن عايزين نوضحه كويس. المفترض انه اي زول يتوفى مثلا زي أليسون مناني مقايا لما يتوفى وهو MP كويس، عنده مقعد في البرلمان، مشى يتوفى في سويسرا وهو سفير كويس. المقعد بتاعه في البرلمان عشان يعملوا انتخابات من المقاطعه بتاعه من دائره بتاعه يترشح 4-5 ناس يتنافسوا ينزلوا بس يعني انتخاب بيسموه سب الكشن.
سبيشال الكشن
يتنافسوا 5-4 الزول اللي بيفوز يمشي ياخذ المقعد لما ما يتم التعيين. فده تعليقي على ال 5%. ثانك يو. احنا تكلمنا كثير، ندي الناس ثانيين فرصه.
يس دي تكلمنا كثير وده ديمقراسي وي نو. كلامك صح انه لما زول يموت ولا زول يريزاين ولا زول يكون عنده سكاندل ينطرد ولا يمشي السجن لما يعملوا اندايتمنت بيكون في سبيشال الكشن. ده حاجه معروف في مودرن ديمقراسي. Special election from that district, from that place, and then somebody will come. I know استاذ منو لما نيجي بعدين he will come and try to justify it. يقول يا اخي ده عشان minority وما بالضروره رئيس سالفا كير ما بيكون elected president is the one that going to do that. But let me tell you one thing, you know, I'm not going to take long and I don't dare to فرص معلش يعني. Let me tell you one thing. لما احنا نعمل census، مفروض يعمل census في البلد. لو عملنا census هنقدر نعرف عدد السكان ونقسم عدد السكان ده على الكونستيتوينسيز. ده بيقدر بدينا شنو؟ بيقدر بدينا شنو؟ ممبر بتاع ممبر بتاع بارلمان. وبالصوره ده ما بيكون فيها زي ما قال يا اخي احنا عندنا ماينورتي خليناه هناك وماينورتي خليناه هناك. ما خلاص اصلا في يونايتد ستيت هير الدائره الجغرافيه يعني بيكون فيه from 500,000 to 174. Why not South Sudan? If we have 12 million or 14 million, we can agree. We can make maybe some دوائر جغرافيه يكون ممكن 110 مليون ولا 50 مليون سوري 110,000 ولا 50,000. وفي دوائر اللي فيها ناس ماينورز زي ناس انت لو مشيت وسترن باركازال بتلقى ناس نادا باندا ويولو القبائل الصغيره دي ما يمكن you can mingle them together and you can make a دائره جغرافيه معلويا حتى ولو هم بقى 30,000 you can create a دائره جغرافيه that's fine. some دوائر جغرافيه يكون فيها كثافه عاليه جدا جدا we can make them 150, we can make 70, we can make 50,000. okay, if you're in your area there you can do the same thing. That's the real democracy. Like in here they are just trying to get away with it and they are trying to make themselves look good, say oh well we don't want to deprive the minority, that's why we are doing this. And actually it's not President Kiir is going to do this, any elected president. No, they are doing it for President Kiir because this election actually is a BS because they are not doing it in a way that election is supposed to be done. Because they are refusing minimum standard in يكون في census. اوكي يكون في رسم دوائر جغرافيه ويكون في permanent constitution يكون في حاجات اللي بيدي الى يعني transparent ويكون في political space يكون في political debate within the country. We can debate SPLM members, we can debate SPLM candidates, but they are not because they are afraid actually they are going to lose the election. And that's why they are trying to come up with this. We are not just people don't know nothing. We do know exactly. Okay. I think with that, my brother Kunjuk, an opportunity to weigh in his perspective about Kunjuk, thank you for waiting and thank you for being patient for a long time. Now we want to give you that opportunity to weigh in your perspective. Itfaddal, Kunjuk.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dayoka. Yeah, Kunyuk, there is some comrade Kong Jonkor, the Kunjok. Thank you. In the first place, I would like to greet.
My apologies. Like I said from the beginning, my apology because I read it like Kunyuk. Maybe somebody can name that too, but my apologies. I didn't know that is Kunjok. I thought maybe it's Kunyuk, but anyway, myself. Fadal.
It's okay. You are not holding any public office. Otherwise, I would have asked you to step aside, but you are not holding any office. So it's okay.
Go ahead.
Anyway, I would like to take this opportunity to greet you, Manu, the chairman of the SPLM in the US, Dendi Dayok, Tuch, brother Tuch right there, and people in the audience. I will take this to my take on this will be a little bit different from you, Jonkor, and you, Dendi Dayok, for a few reasons. One, I don't think SPLM is in charge of the country. As a party is not. I hope my voice is clear. Just because I'm driving. Yeah.
You are very clear. You are very clear.
Thank you. All right. The SPLM is not in charge, and the reason I'm saying SPLM is in charge, I will name two things. First of all, if we look, if the SPLM is in charge, you look in the recent formation of the two decision-making at the highest level of any party. That is SPLM Political Bureau, SPLM National Liberation Council. And in that, I come from a community that we are over 200, or recently show we are over 500,000 population. In Twitch Mayadit, at the entire community. We are not represented in neither of these, either in the SPLM Political Bureau, in the SPLM National Liberation Council. And in the National Liberation Council, one of the sons of President Kiir is a member. And when you bring the people as SPLM, if SPLM is in charge, there could be simple questions. Because having the President Kiir is going to bring people from his own constituency. Now, what is his son going to do? Because you have to bring people to support your party. So that's one of the reasons that I don't think SPLM is in charge of the country. One, as you rightly, both of you rightly stated, none of us here, I'm among the people who believe that President Kiir did sacrifices that none of us can imagine. He left school at a young age, and he joined the Nyanyawan to fight for his own people, for the country. The Nyanyawan was fighting to have a country, to separate from the Sudan. It didn't work, but he sacrificed all his education. Even though, as David Ayok stated earlier, not only in 2004, if you go back to all the videos that President Kiir did when he was addressing the army, the SPLM soldiers, and wherever you find him, very eloquent. You will not think that this guy sacrificed his life, sacrificed school for his own people. He is educated, but age is catching up with him. When you listen to his recent and videos, it shows that something is not right. So nobody is mocking him, as you rightly said. We acknowledge his contribution. We acknowledge his sacrifices that he has done for the country. And to say he's very lucky, he's one of the few lucky, he's only lucky to raise the flag of that country that he sacrificed his life for in 2 wars. So nobody would deny that. But the situation where we are, even that speech, if you look at the speech that he just gave in the parliament, in the UN, you find that that was not a speech that was written by the SPLM Party. For example, you talk about the education being free. I was in South Sudan 2022. I was in South Sudan recently. That picture I put up there on my PR is a picture of one of the schools that I'm supporting. And President Kiir proudly said they have instituted a free education. In other words, sending all our kids to no school. When you say free education, there are no schools that he built. You don't pay the teachers. How you talk about it, pre-education? Pre-education is when you pay the teachers, when you provide schools, when you provide healthcare. Instead of thanking the UN, and the UN is all aware, whether it's UNICEF or World Food Program, they all are branches of UN who have support our people from the independent up to now, taking the responsibility of the government and taking charge of healthcare, taking charge of education, and so on and so forth. No rules in the country. Yet, the president comes and boasts around saying, we have done this, we have taken this, and none of the SPLM, I think that was the speech that was written by the pure people. In fact, there are people who really, yes, you, Dengi Dayok, Jonkor, I coming to join you guys. We are seen as people who don't like Kiir, but personally, I will say, the people who like to destroy the legacy of President Kiir, the people who do not like Kiir, are the people who are keeping him in power. These are the people who have nothing, they don't care about the legacy of President Kiir, for his sacrifice that he have done for our country, but they're keeping him for their own interest. They don't care about what legacy will President Kiir leave. If you look, as you rightly say, when he was walking to that podium, you see his left foot, it's very embarrassing, He's a man who has sacrificed all his life for this country. And you keep him there, we want him to be a president, the first president who raised the flag of the country, a country that he fought for, that you want to embarrass him, you want him to leave the country with all negative memories in the minds of the people. So to me, I think the people, and I know for sure, I've been labeled who's somebody who don't like President Kiir, who criticize him. But I think I would put myself among those who think, yes.
Let me add this to your point. You make a very, very, rational point. Nelson Mandela, he was in prison for 27 years. After they came out, the end of apartheid in South Africa, he won the election. But people within his own political party, the ANC, were asking him to run for re-election. But he refused. He said, no, I want to give an opportunity for other people. I understand that I've been in prison for a long time, but it doesn't make me the one that actually to be in power. So imagine what lesson can we learn from there? And what lesson can Mr. Mayardit learn from there? I'm sorry for cutting you off, but continue.
No, thank you so much. Thank you. At a very important point as well. And I say, I would still say the SPLM is not in charge. The SPLM is being sidelined. One example, when he went to, that was, I think, in July or the end of June this year. And there was a song sung in Dinka. And I was watching that. And I was scratching my head. Yes, you have that song. But who would endorse, the black bearer for any party? Is the SPLM party, not his region. Yes, Barkazali's region. If he wanted to be mandated as a member of parliament, we haven't gone to then he should go to Akun. from his own, from his own constituency, and then he come to the SPLM. SPLM will endorse. It didn't happen. It didn't take place in Juba because South Sudan became a one-man show, and it's very embarrassing. Another example of why I think that SPLM is not in charge, and Manon is there. I will not use the word comrade because a friend of mine told me comrade means we are sharing and looting the country. So I will not use the word comrade. I try to keep myself away from using that term after I have that the encounter with my friend. The speech that President Kiir gave in the UN, I'm not going to analyze his speech in any way, but he forgot the meeting that he held with Obama, President Obama, former President Obama. At the time he was a president in 2012. President Kiir tried to question the intelligence of the American when he was told that you stop supporting the SPLM North. And then he told President Obama, check your intelligence and your report. And President Kiir said, meeting came to an end. It was a very embarrassing ending the meeting. But yet, President Kiir went and stood in front of UN and said things that he knows were not true. He knows they were not true. That was really, really very embarrassing. And I think any speech has to be analyzed. If you talk about health, the Minister of Health, the Advisor of Health should be there and say where the problem is. When you talk about the education, those things, the Minister of Education, if you have advisor on the education sector, those people will be there. It's a combination of different departments, ministers bringing together, and as a president, and you talk from those. I don't think they were informed. I don't think they have a say on it, but at least whatever they said was done poorly. In conclusion, and that's one of the main reasons I think that the SPLM is not in charge too. We have witnessed recently, by the way, for those who are listening, I'm from Werap, and I'm going to talk about the International Airport. Is an airport ever established today? I don't need even a vehicle to go home if I land it there. But where is Akon? Is it because it is the homeland of the president? Is it something that you're going to show and say, our son was a president one time? That's why you have an international and no shame. There's nothing wrong about having a airstrip or having an airport in your hometown if you choose to. But don't embarrass us saying that is international airport. Put it somewhere. Put it Put it where at least there are roads, connecting other people. Mm-hmm. Personally, I think that shows that the SPLM as a party is not in charge. If SPLM was in charge, then they would question international community, international airport. Why would it be in there? Akon. Where is Akon leading to Malakal? Where is Akon leading to Juba? Where is Akon? Where is it located? What are the benefits from this international airport? Mm-hmm. To me, I think there are people. That project is meant for people to get money out of the national reserve. It's also meant to show that president, the son, like myself, son and daughters of Werab, we say we had a president. But I don't think that it is going to save anything for us, nor is it going to save any purpose for the nation. Thank you for the opportunity, Jonkor and Dengi Dayok. But I think you are blaming people who are not in charge. Yes, Comrade Manon, I will use the comrade because this is your language, but I'm not sharing with you in eluding others, in eluding the national resource of the country. I'm not accusing you of looting anything, but it's also another embarrassing when I heard that reliable sources that there was money brought from South Sudan for people to come and welcome the president, for people to come and meet President in the US. One, not that long ago, the very president who came, you guys came to welcome, stated clearly that the diplomats that represent our people around the globe have 27 months without pay. Nobody questioned that. In that show, when you spoke, I wrote, I wanted to come up and ask you guys, if that's really true, then shame on the SPLM, shame of the people, shame on the people who did not question the President Kiir. It's really embarrassing if we cannot pay our diplomat, and then we are bringing people to welcome President. So President become more important than than the country and the people who are saving the country. Thank you so much. I apologize here for taking a long time. I always try to stick to the topic and be brief. But I think SPLM, I still believe SPLM is not in charge, even though they will say they are. I know from the bottom of my heart, they are not in charge of the party. Thank you so much.
Thank you indeed, Brother Kunjuk Atem. It's so phenomenal. And you asked a very good question. You know, I really appreciate you for coming in and adding this perspective. That's what we want. We want to speak out. You know, we want to speak the truth. That's the only thing can save this nation going forward. Well, you know, I was having questions that lingering in my mind too about the money being brought from Juba and to give it to those fans, you know, the supporters. And I saw a couple, you know, of them when they're, oh, I am so happy. This is my first time to show my president hand, and they were excited. I can tell, you know, what happening there. But you know what? We will hear it from Ustad Manon. Ustad Manon, it is an honor for you to be in the show today. We want to give you an opportunity, you know, to speak. We agree to disagree, but I want you to be rational, you know. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. And Ustaz Dengid Ayok, chairman of the UCC, and Ustaz Jonker, Ustaz Kunjok, and Ustaz Tuch, Kamra Tuch. And I greet everyone who is in this forum this evening. And the question is clear over there, which is the main theme. Would the SPLM ask President to step aside after a diplomatic embarrassment? First of all, the speech of the President, as I stated earlier, yesterday or before yesterday, is in public, is for the public consumption in the UN. The speech that he delivered is for the public consumption, and people will have a different reaction, and that is obvious. There's no debate about it. And the 5 points that he speak on, I have seen from the perspective of UCC and other South Sudanese regarding the education sector. It has been in the side of opposition negatively rejected that there is no free education. Free education is a policy for any government. I think Bush will have a policy during the Bush time, no child left behind. Is a policy, when you say no child left behind, is a policy that came with relevant authority to implement it and offer what it means to be interpreted into a reality on the ground. I think last year, the free education from primary education to the high school was meant for the fees for the student. And there's the charges of the fees actually that actually burden the families who have kids in the school in South Sudan. And I think Ministry Honorable Awud came out and that policy was announced publicly that the school have to be free of charge in terms of fees that our students are paying from primary school to high school. It was not meant for the universities, but it was meant from primary to 12th grade, from 1 grade to 12th grade. And I think it's a policy. And that policy it will take a step to be realized in terms of implementation of the policy of the government of national unity. It's not the policy of the president, but the policy of national unity government in Juba. All of us are aware about it. Also, when the policy come out, it takes some process to be realized. It doesn't come immediately, and then you feel it. You feel the process of the policy, and
then you say yes, this was true. I asked Dingit asked me, in the last show regarding the numbers of the school when the president is speak about 2.3 million student enrollment in South Sudan. And I told him if we have 2.3 million enrollment student from first grade to 12th grade, it means a lot that those students are not in home school per se. They do go to school every day, whether those school, you name it, in under tree school, or they have a roof over those school, they still in school. But there's no justification of denying that reporting enrollment from Ministry of Education, reporting that 2.3 million students are in enrollment in South Sudan. And then we hear in opposition side dispute this, that there are no school and existing in South Sudan and Southern. And nevertheless, there are other international organizations. If you are dispute that there's no school in South Sudan, which is mean if there's no school in South Sudan, that means 2.3 million students are homeschool. That means the parents are the one who teaching those kids at home, homeschool, across the whole country. I think that's what exactly Comrade Deng Ayog did, is driving into it. Kunjok, in terms of contribution in education, all of us, we are contributing to education in the diaspora. There are some private schools in South Sudan, and one of the private is one of example that Kunjok speak about it all the time here, that he already have initiative of building a school in his village, and he's actually committed to support that school, And those schools, some of them are being upgraded into the government responsibility. When the person that actually initiated a school and support it through the donors, when they run out of the funding and are not able to carry the duty of that school, they hand it over to the government. But if you're still responsible for your private school, which is a non-profit organization, and you have a tool to support it, and you have a way of supporting it, and you register it through the Ministry of Education, they still associate with that school and with the supply of the exam and other regulations that are relevant to the Ministry of Education. And there are many of them in South Sudan, not only the Kunjok school alone. And that one does not mean that government does not have a school that under the government, that are funded under the government and the responsibility of government of South Sudan. There are many of them in South Sudan, and many schools are there. There are over 1,000 of schools that are reported. You can look it up to different sources. If you don't trust the source of the Ministry of Education, you still can go to UNICEF and you can check it out through the UNICEF. Also, when we say those international organizations like UNICEF and UN are supporting the education and government is not doing anything, there is something we need to understand here. Those agencies, when they go and work in South Sudan, they're working under government of South Sudan, and they are supporting the government of South Sudan. They are not just acting in the vacuum without responsibility of who actually they are assisting and who they are supporting it. Even though they are supporting people of South Sudan, but people of South Sudan are being represented by their government. So the projects that are coming from UN or coming from UNICEF, if you go and just follow those projects, they are projects under the government of South Sudan, being supplied by the UNICEF and other NGOs. Those are NGOs who choose, instead of handing money to our government and do the duty that they're supposed to do, they choose to deliver the product themselves, but under supervision of the government. And when they leave, those projects are going to be left under the government of South Sudan. So there's no way you can differentiate the projects that are being carried out by international community and the projects that are carried out by the government of South Sudan. They are interconnected and they have relationship. And those agencies, if you go and interview them and ask them, they will tell you, yes, we are delivering those services under a treaty or agreement with the South Sudan government, and those projects that are going to be under South Sudan, you can count them, that they are truly project for the people of South Sudan. And if they are for the people of South Sudan, definitely the representative of the people of South Sudan is the government of South Sudan. So let us be aware about this, because I see people are talking that projects that are being done by international community or other organizations are not part of good government project. You go to Ministry of Education and you will get a lot of information about how those projects are being carried, whether those projects are supporting the government initiative or government capacity building. And then you will come and say UNICEF is just acting in back, or UN is just acting in back, or any other organization that they are doing business in South Sudan without authority consent. This is something that we need to know. The other question, thing that I need to respond into, which is the question of whether the SPLM why would the SPLM ask the president to step aside? We need to understand this. President Kiir was elected in convention in 2008. And from that time until now, we have no any other SPLM convention that took place with whole delegate coming from across the grassroots and deliberate within the party convention to decide who is going to lead the party in next if the President Kiir decide to step aside. But there's no way you can just come from other political party organization and ask other political party guy why you don't ask your leader to step aside. It's like now I'm asking John Core and those who are actually in concerned citizen that Denga Ayog have to step aside. This is internal business. It's not my business to tell the UCC members or UCC organization who they should fire and who they should keep in their organization. If you are asking on their regard, then this is internal business, and I think the Nida Ayog should understand this better than anybody else. But if you are asking President Kiir as the President of the Republic of South Sudan, then there is a way of asking this, which is the election. The election that many of you now are not happy about it, or are even not in favor of proceeding, even though election is one of the requirements within the agreement. And now when we come to talk about the election, everybody is running back, is fooling back about the election. If you want to get rid of President Kiir as the President of the Republic of South Sudan, then it's through the ballot box. There's no other way you can remove him from the power. You need to go on the ground and register your party and make the campaign so the people of South Sudan will.
Are you okay, Salmanon? We are not hearing you.
Maybe President Kiir just called him. He's talking with President Kiir, maybe.
I think maybe he has the network issues and for some reason.
No, he has a phone call. I think it showed that from Monday.
He has got a phone call.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah,
now
welcome back.
you are back.
Yes. You asked about the election bill. Whether the election bill have to be should not be signed by president. Yeah, I think we had enough information from the Minister of the Information, Michael McQueen, regarding the issue of 5%. And I have seen now that the whole package of the election bill, the only thing that IO and other opposition are not comfortable with it is the 5%. And I think Michael McQueen explained it. He explained it well, the reason for the 5%, and when people are deliberating in national parliament, like National Legislative Assembly, is a deliberation that actually people talk in order to have a consensus as the different political parties in parliament. But when the consensus fails not to justify, then the democracy is about voting. And people went and vote and they passed the bill democratically. So I'm wondering when Dingi Ayok is asking that if the president signed this bill, then this is a declaration of war. Then I don't understand whether we are for democracy or we are for different business. Because if we are for democracy, it's the same parliament, the same National Legislative Assembly that brought through RC's agreement, the current agreement, that everyone know it, that it have percentage when people are deciding decision in National Legislative Assembly. There is a certain way for the code of conduct and business in the House, And I believe if the business House failed to have a consensus within the National Legislative Assembly and people vote and pass the bill, then I'm wondering what is the reason of declaration of war if the president signed it? Because it's coming from the House, or otherwise, it look like maybe UCC does not believe that this parliament is capable or have authority of representation to decide on some bill in the country. Otherwise, I don't see a declaration of war for the president signing the bill that is passed by the National Legislative Assembly. So therefore, I don't see any reason. And if somebody wants to declare war because President Kiir is going to sign the bill that passed the parliament, then we are going to fight against democracy. We are declaring the war against democracy. The same thing that we heard over the time, that South Sudan have no democracy and people want democracy. So I don't see the reason in that regarding, So the bill, I think, is going to be signed by the president, and I don't see any reason to be a declaration of war. And 5% was explained very clear by Michael McQueen that this is for those who may not actually have a capacity to make it through constituency. When we talk about constituency, those who have constituency can go and compete in the election. But if you don't have constituency and you are a part of great community of South Sudan, then you should be left behind without representation because you are not able to make it for some reason, whether because of your number, whether because you are you are minority of minority, then or you are marginalized people. You have right to be presented. And I don't think that it's not only for the President Kiir. Even if Dengi Ayok tomorrow being elected for next election to become a president, he's going to utilize this 5% to present a good number of South Sudanese who cannot make constituency to be represented in the government. And I think it's simple. And that should not take people to the war. And if people even are not comfortable with it, then they can re-table it after the election. They can re-table it because the law, it can be reviewed or it can be re-tabled, it can be challenged later on. And if they think that is not good for them when they come to the power, they can re-table it and let them explain to reason. And those people who need to be presented, how they're going to present them. What is the way for them to represent a very South Sudanese who cannot make it through the constituency? They can explain it. They can explain it to the public, So I appreciate the opportunity, and I will yield it back to you, Kabra Jonkor. I don't want to prolong, but those are the things that I'm interested to make a comment on it. And thank you very much for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you, Sadmanon, for coming in and adding your perspective. Though the point that you make, they are not rational, because especially issue of 5% constituency. I think I made a comment a little bit earlier. And by the way, my emphasis going to school here in US, it was in legislature, and I know how the process worked. When people talk about the minority, how the minority can be represented, all these are clear and to be spelled in the Constitution. And there's a mechanism dealing with that too, because you have to have a census to determine who is really not having a full constituency and why are they not. And I give an explanation, earlier, that here in the United States, a district, can have various, can be between 500,000 to 174,000, in one district can be represented by a congressman or congresswoman. In our case, if we do really census in the Republic of South Sudan, we can come up with geographical constituencies. I think that issue can be addressed properly, and no citizen and no one can be concerned, and no one even can be complaining. But we know exactly how things are heading and where this is coming from. Because if you wanted to ask that question, Why would you think that that person is not going to make it? Even a person that in a wheelchair, yes, that's a special need, but that special need it still can represent its constituency by running an election, right, in his own constituency. And that are you telling me that there is a tribe in South Sudan actually they cannot be even 30,000? Yeah, I don't think so. There is a tribe in South Sudan cannot just make it to 30,000. And if they cannot be 30,000, well, there is a neighboring community too. They can be, amalgamated together, and then they can make a constituency. Always there is a solution for that when it comes to legislators. I am so happy, because this process actually I focus on it a lot and I master it. So what happening in our country, we know exactly what they wanted to do. It's not like you put it beautifully. If Dengida Yog or anyone else get elected, it would be upon the elected president, to have that. This is a temporary thing for President Kiir, because President Kiir now is not allowing other political parties to campaign. He's the only candidate. He's the only one that campaigning. He's the only one that going around. Even the rival, his rival IO, they are not allowed to travel. So how would you expect that somebody else is going to win this election? Election actually has been determined already. And since the election has been determined and they know who is going to be president, then we can come up with this so we can make it fair for him to appoint the candidate of his choice, like Nuno Kumbao and those of Western Barakazal who have never traveled to their respective, states since when we gain independence, simply because they are not touched with the reality. They are not touched with the citizen there on that region. They are just here on the national government, declaring their loyalty to the president, and they don't care about the people actually they're supposed to be represented. So they are all clear, and we know exactly what the purpose. Thank you, anyway, for adding a perspective. But I want to move ahead and give Ustaz Tujangok or Tujkwek an opportunity. It's been a long time no see, but welcome to Concern Citizen Talk. I will give you Konjok Batshuet, or if you want to add something before I go to Tuj, that's fine. Tuj, can you hold on for just less than 1 minute? Yeah, go ahead, Konjok.
Thank you. Sorry, when Twitch was Twitch. I think had that normal clear here. Two things. One about the education in Naigal. Maybe 3 times I mentioned this as an example about the school in my community. But I know people who have done more than I haven't done even a quarter of what they have done. But they have built schools. They call Lost Boys of the Sudan, and they build schools in my home country. And when they end back to the government, they build schools, good schools, but you find over 1,000 students is only the head teacher and his assistant are being paid less than $20 a month. And Comrade Osas Manon, you can try to find out that, and I'm sure you are aware of that. The second thing is about the freedom of the election. Brother Manon, Osas Manon, I think we are all aware of what is happening, and you know it from the bottom of your heart. If we go today for election, there's no free and fair election. If you, the SPLM, is really ready, SPLM are ready for election, let's have an independent judiciary. The chairman of the judiciary, Chanraj, being appointed from day one, is an SPLM. It is a partisan chairperson. Let's elect the community, the parties elect a person that had to be vetted, like it used to be before the 2013 war. So if we want to go for election, let us have a census. If we want to go for election, let's have an independent security personnel, like the national security in the area, not a President Kiir security. Then I am sure, and you know very well, if I were to contest today, from the bottom of my heart, I say this, I'm not lying, in a free and fair election, with all the resources that President Kiir, I will win in a landslide. What are SPLM, are you going to tell people? That's because you have the power. There are no security in the area. So let really understand that. Let us understand that when we talk here, we know what is going on at home. You know very well, maybe you know more than I do, but that if we go for election today, it's already resigned election. President Kiir is going to come back as a president, and is going to create a war, as Dengida York said it. That's very clear. If we go for election, it's a war itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Kunjuk. Let me go ahead. Tuj, you have been waiting for a long time. I give you an opportunity.
Is it my turn now?
Yeah, Tuj, go ahead. Thank you, Kunjuk. I give you an opportunity to weigh in. Go ahead.
First of all, is my voice clear to you guys?
You are loud and clear.
Thank you, Junko. It's been a long time out of Clubhouse, but I'm listening and I kind of be doing my thing. And it is a great opportunity today to come back to a show and make a few remarks. I think Comrade Manon said all. David Ayok talking about a war, and I don't know how he's gonna fight 2 wars. You know, a few weeks ago we had him as a leader of war against those who are defaming Jain community on social media, and now United Citizens for Change, they need to fight another war because of declaration of the Election Act. You, Junko, and David Ayong, I don't know where you want to get manpower to fight 2 wars at the same time: the Jain war and the national liberation the country from Kiir regime war. And in Jain war, make sure that 75 of the David Ayong supporters are our base. If you wanna choose which war you wanna fight. If you wanna fight war against Salva Kiir, we will withdraw our fighters, those who are supporting you in the Jain war, because they are our constituents. They cannot go against their president. If you continue to fight your opposition, we will get your back, brothers. Let's go to the topic. In America here, there is what they call executive privilege. Give the president of United States to make some decision without going back to the Congress. I think it includes giving pardon some prisons and make some executive decision. And I think Obama used one of those privileged executive during his term. And even
okay, but not to appoint somebody in U.S. Congress or U.S. Senate, though. You know that. Go ahead.
Yes, I know that. I'm giving you an idea about the principle without going to the details. And even Republicans, they campaign against those decisions, and they say they are against Constitution because they never vote through the Congress. So executive privilege is everywhere. And I think, if I'm not wrong, someone gonna correct me, because when I come to Clubhouse, I know a lot of people, they know things better than me. But I think the Constitution give the president to appoint 10 parliament in the 10 states. Whoever he pick, whoever he choose, I think he has that privilege. And what happened is just, I think, is a continuation with that. The 5%, it could be you, Jonko, if you, it could be David Ayog if he win the election. It could be Dr. Riek Machar if he win the election, can use that privilege. It's not bad at all. The point number 2, I think Manon, he said it all, and I don't want to repeat myself. Who is running as a president or in the election is a choice of the SPLM. You are in a position, if you have your different candidate, go ahead, bring him, and we should meet in the election, and whoever wins will become the president. But you don't have question whatsoever to say you guys need to this person to step aside. Al-Habib Bourguiba, Al-Jazair, come to wheelchair, and he's still president running Al-Jazair.
It's not Habib Bourguiba, it's Abdulaziz Bouteflika.
Okay, Abdulaziz Bouteflika. So it's not something new. So he's our candidate. انتوا بس جيبوا زولكم البنافسوا. Come to the third point about Deng Dayog about the schools, and then he said the Secretary of State for Education in South Sudan, she is lying. I'm not here to defend the Secretary of State for Education in South Sudan, but when Deng Dayog says she is lying, I think he has the accurate number from a confidential source that prove that the Secretary of Education, she lied about the number of children that are in school. And to mark the discussion short, I wish my brother David Ayub could provide that number in order to prove that the Secretary of Education is lying, because I cannot say David Ayub is lying and I don't have any proof that David Ayub is lying. I would say David Ayub is lying because of 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's up to him to bring the accurate number that prove that Madame Awuchi was lying and she wasn't telling the accurate number of children who are in school in South Sudan. This is not a point of discussion, it's numbers, they don't lie. Bring your number, bring your source, and let's have a discussion. Last, election is the only way to move forward in South Sudan. People are talking about there is no development, there is nothing. Yes, there is nothing whatsoever in South Sudan. We have an opposition on social media, we have opposition on the ground, we have an armed opposition. Where the development it happened in any country, it is in a war with itself. There is no development could happen at all. We are in a state of the war. We are in a state of polarized. We are in a state of tribalized. Thank God we have a country. We have a place called Juba, and the value of the peace you realize when things happen in Khartoum happen, and you cannot go to the pharmacy to buy medicine, or you cannot go to the grocery store to buy groceries for the food. This is where you know the value of the peace. So we need to bring our hand together, do the election. Bad democracy is better than no democracy, and whoever comes after that will do the development. Because at that time the sounds of the gun will be silenced, and the political process will take its course in a normal environment, without any war, without fear of losing life, anything. That's all what we need now. But until then, there will be no development, and there will be nothing moving forward as long as we have opposition, as long as we have a war, as long as we have a power struggle in South Sudan. Thank you, John Kor. I yield it back to you.
Thank you, Ustaz Tuj, for weighing in your perspective. Though I do disagree with you when you say that we are declaring war. Dengdid will answer that also because he's the one that has spoken. But we did not declare any war because Dengdid upset. That's the declaration of war itself. If president do this, that means the country is going to go back to chaotic situation that we had before. And Ya Jama, we have to be reasonable when we are speaking. We cannot just. I see that the member of the SPLM, whether here in diaspora or back home, they keep saying, "Oh, come, go and campaign." At the same time, they are the same people who are intimidating. They are the same people who are not allowing political space, even with their partners inside the country. You are not allowing the IO to do political rallies. You are not allowing those even partners. Lamakol was new, just get back to the country. And his people wanted to do a reception. The coalition, the SOA, but they were turned down. You cannot do that. So I don't know from where you guys speaking, saying that, oh, come and campaign and then let's go and compete. And at the same time, you are intimidating. You are saying that, no, we will not allow you to do this. We will not allow you to criticize President Kiir. We will not allow you to travel these places. And I bet if we were doing this kind of, debate in Juba, like in a Freedom Hall, or we can run in a hall in Juba, and then we just start doing a political debate in Juba, we'll all be arrested. You know that correctly. I don't know why are you guys lying to yourself. I sometimes, I feel so sad for younger generation, not to see things in the right way. That's kind of, kill hope, because you're supposed to be agent of the progress. That progress must happen. You are a member of SPLM Party, and what those, older generation are doing, and you're supposed to be their correction. Say, no, we need to compete, and if we need to compete, we should allow the voices, But you cannot just silence people, because silence itself, it is a violence. Thank you, Tuj, and I want to give Dengdi Dayok, to make responses, and then we'll move on.
Sankor, just give me 2 minutes before Dengi Dayok. I want to clear something.
Oh, you are here. Okay, Ustaz Abdullah, I'll go ahead and give you a chance. Go ahead.
شكرا. أنا كنت قاعد نستمع في الفيسبوك. أنا في العمل، لكن أنا قلت لازم أشارك. Now I am on my break. First of all, أنا بشكر جنكور للشو الليلة اللي عمله، يعني شو مهم جدا إنه نحن نجي نعمل analysis for what is going on in South Sudan. في حاجات كثيرة ماشية والمواطن لازم يعرف. طبعا brothers government or SPLA members who are here, Brother Manon and Alakh Tuj. I know you guys, you are educated people, and you are, yes, SPLA member, but you're supposed to be with us, because I'm looking, you are very educated people. You're supposed to be with us so we can work together and bring a change in South Sudan. But you choose to be with Uncle Kiir, Uncle Kwalmanyang, Uncle Awendit, or whoever there in the leadership of SPL is okay. But when we talking about South Sudan, when we're talking about really change, when we're talking about equality, when we're talking about peace and better, when we're talking about change that can bring services to our people in South Sudan to achieve the dreams that they vote for it in 2011. We are oppositions for this because your government is not paying salaries. And you hear President himself, he said diplomats, they did not get salary for 27 months. What they are do? What they gonna do if you are not get salaries? That's why some of them here in the United States, they use their own cars to work as Uber drivers because they don't get salaries from the government. Second things, Brother Tuj, he said, we are now in two wars. Our higher are war Dengit Galu. That war against people who are
Abdullah.
Yes.
Actually, you brought a very good point. Most of the staff of the embassy of South Sudan, they drive Uber, including my brother-in-law, who is a driver for ambassador. He drive Uber. Why is that? Go ahead.
So, حكومة زي ده أنا ما أعرف أخواننا ديل هم قاعدين هنا في West countries هم شايفين الحكومة بيديروا كيف هم لسه زي independent ما في services في البلد. والحاجة الغريبة طبعا قبل ما نمشي للنقطة بتاع توجد قالوا موضوع بتاع وور ما وور الرئيس جه هنا unfortunately هو ما قابل يعني any top official in Biden administrations وهو رفض يقابل senior officials. It's okay, it's not a problem if you refuse that. Lakin, you guys as SPLA, how do you feel now? And there is a new companies is going to challenge corruptions and invest like $3 billion in South Sudan. In this situation, how this company called Caltech agree to take $800 million to South Sudan in coming two months, like they said. And we know this oil been sold until 2027. So we have to research about this. I don't know what SPLA are doing in South Sudan. That is really mess. This is corruptions. Since I seen that post at President official office in South Sudan on Facebook, I make a research about that company, and I did not get any information. And the thing that I found out, this company established in April 2019. I went to American companies to looking for that American company's oil, to looking for that company, but I did not see it. I went to Emirates, the top 10, the best oil companies in Emirates. I did not see it. I think this company are one of the companies that doing corruptions, and they agree to go to South Sudan in this time to invest $3 billion. That means this company is not a good company at all. How you invest $3 billion in these situations? Anyway, نمشي للنقطة بتاع التوج. بعدين الناس بتاع الحكومة يجاوبوا company ده تابع لوين؟ ده company إماراتية ولا ده company أمريكية تابع لوين؟ Because they have branch here and here, established in 2019. Nobody know about it. Who are the leaders? The Muru Muhammad Malik with our company there. Where he's from? حاجات أسئلة نحن دايرين نسمع من الناس الحكومة. طيب نحن ما أعلنا war against nobody. أعلنا war ضد الناس القاعدين يمارسوا الكراهية والعنصرية في السوشيال ميديا. And we still, our war is still on with those people. ناس اللي بيمارسوا كراهية في السوشيال ميديا اللي بيعملوا إنه يفرقوا الجنوبيين بالقبائل.
He didn't talk about that.
No, he did. He said actually into war mal hakuma, war ma other opposition. He did actually. Yes.
Yes, we don't have war with oppositions. الحرب بتاعنا أنا سمعت كلام ده ضد الحرب بتاعنا مع الناس قاعدين circle hatred in social media. But هنا ما عندنا war مع oppositions at all. They are oppositions and we are oppositions. Yes, and هنا بنختلف في بعض النقاط لكن ما عندنا معهم war at all. So there is nothing called war and هنا أعلناه يعني ضد opposition. لا ما في كلام زي ده. Our war is for justice. Our war is for equality. Our war is for better service and better our country to South Sudan. And we will fight until we achieve the goal that we declare in UCC. نحن ما حنجيب في الموضوع ده. فده النقطتين انا بس النقطة اللي انا ده نوجهه لأخ توج والناس المستمعين. نحن ما اعلنا حرب ضد اي زول، ما اعلنا حرب ضد اي قبيله، ما اعلنا ضد اي احد ضد any individuals. نحن opposition، نحن معارضه لحكومه بتاع سلفا كير اللي هو يعني دائما بخط الدوله في تحديات بتدخلنا في مشاكل كثير في المستقبل. شكرا.
اشكرك استاذ عبد الله قرن. انا بكده انا بمشي الاستاذ دنجديد، لانه دنجديد I want you to weigh in عشان نقدر نقفل الفيسبوك ونخلي بس الكلاب هاوس عشان لو في ناس ثانيين they wanted to talk then I can give them an opportunity, but now I want to give you a chance, you know, to weigh in before I close the Facebook here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Brother Jonkor. You know, I like what you said at the beginning, that the discussion should be rational. And rationality is needed on all the forums that we speak on here. I want to respond to the point raised by Brother Manon. Manon said education is free, and that free education is a policy announced by the Ministry of Education. Yes, I follow the announcements, and I even followed the trip of the Minister of Education, Madame Aoud, to Rubek. I followed all those things. Yes, government can come up with policies, and a policy can be written on paper. But what makes it so beautiful is the implementation, as you correctly said. Now, the question is this policy of free education a reality on the ground right now in South Sudan as we speak? If it is, if the answer is yes, we have not yet seen the benefits of this. So it is still a policy written on paper, and it follows some steps, as you said, to get implemented. So we are still waiting for those steps. And Comrade Manon, I don't want you to forget that we are talking about a government that had spent 18 years in power since its inceptions in 2005, after the end of war in the Sudan by then, when we were still one country. And then in the year 2023, this government is talking about free education. Indeed, when the SPLM came from the bush, and the few days that Dr. John Garang spent in Khartoum, he was talking about free healthcare, and he was talking about free education. That was during the 2 weeks he spent in Khartoum. I was in Khartoum by then. The 2 weeks he spent in Khartoum before we actually lose him in that fateful helicopter crash. So let us take it as a policy, but it is not yet implemented. Now, when the president was speaking in front of the community of nations at the United Nations General Assembly, he said that this is a reality in the country, that education is free, and that education, we made it as one of the human rights. So the question now is, how can a president go and announce a policy in front of the nations of the world, and that policy is not yet a reality on the ground in the country? When you say it is a policy, it means it is written on the paper. It is still a plan. It has not yet materialized to become a reality. So anything you have not done, you are not supposed to announce it. You announce what you have done, what you have achieved. For example, you can say that we have plans underway, and one of these plans is free education. We have not yet done so much on free education, but you can give a small percentage. For example, you can say we have achieved this percentage of this. The president didn't do that. So this issue of free education is still skeptical, and what you said is just an argument per se. That's point number one. Point number two, I was not saying that there are no schools in South Sudan. I was questioning you about the number of schools you have built as a government that is delivering that is delivering services to the people of South Sudan. As a government that is in charge of delivering the service to the people of South Sudan, you were supposed to give me a number of schools which have been built since 2005 until now, but you didn't do that. And you can't do that. Yes, there are private schools, because you talked about private schools. Private schools are always there. If you have been following Professor Madud Jok very carefully, he actually built one of the schools in his homeland of Pungir, using his own money. In my own home area, I have one of my homies by the name Deng Maduna Yakon. He actually built a school. He's in Australia, using his own fund. He put his own hand together with many others from the community. So private schools are there as initiative from the individual who would like to serve their own community. Even you yourself, you can build your own school in your homeland. You donate it, you build it, you donate it to the community for the children of the community to learn it. So private schools are there. But I was talking about the government build schools as part of the service that the government is supposed to deliver to the people of South Sudan. Because the government is the one in charge to build schools across the nation. The government is in charge of education. Yes, there are other organizations. They are called partners. In that diplomatic language, you can call them international partners. Those international organizations are at home and they are doing some things. But you know, the responsibility of developing the country is not a responsibility of those organizations. It's a responsibility of the government that we have in South Sudan. And so you shouldn't depend on UNICEF, you shouldn't depend on Save the Children or any other organization in the country. I mentioned something earlier. During the recently concluded National Economic Conference, one of the state governors, that is the governor of Jonglei, Denai Jok Shagor, he spoke regarding the international organizations that are in the country. He said that our people are vulnerable and that they are being fed by the international organization. And this is not true. Why? Because it is the government that should be feeding the people, not the international organization. Suppose that we don't have those organizations in our country. What would happen? You cannot differentiate between those projects by international organization and those one the government is doing. That is another argument you put across. Yes, we do differentiate. We do differentiate. Why? Because the government is in charge of the country and of the welfare of the people. The government is in charge of providing all those services, not the international organization. These international organizations are there just to help. But those organizations should not be used as a pretext so that the government remain lethargic and inactive, not doing anything to the people of the country. So you sound like somebody who is suggesting that the government should remain lethargic, doing nothing, because there are international partners who are actually working with the government. Kiir was elected in 2008 convention. Yes, internally, that is an internal issue of the SPLM as a party. And I mentioned it earlier, if you listen to me carefully. I said, we don't mean to interfere with the internal affairs of the SPLM by asking them that you should ask President Kiir to step aside. We are aware that SPLM as a political entity has to manage its own affairs as we do with our own affairs in the UCC. But don't forget that President Kiir is not just a leader of the SPLM. I told you last time that he is wearing two hats. That one of the Republic and the other one of the party. So we are asking that President Kiir should resign as a leader of a nation. And that you in the SPLM, you have a role to play in this. So doing this does not mean that we are interfering with your internal affairs. Never. Number 5, you argue that you in the SPLM cannot ask a leader of another party to step aside. That is right. But if he is a leader of a nation, you have a right as a citizen to ask. And this is what we did today. And we are 100% correct on that. Our political correctness at this particular point cannot be challenged at all. I am telling you with confidence. Within the American Democratic Party, there are voices calling for Joe Biden to step aside due to his age, due to their suspicion that he would not be mentally capable to lead the affairs of the nation. And in fact, he is an old man. And maybe he would only spend the first term in the office, and then the next term he would not be able to run. And so his party would bring another candidate. There are Americans, ordinary American citizens, who have expressed similar opinions in America regarding Joe Biden's. And it is their rights as citizens. This is the same thing we are doing here. I also gave you an example of the Nigerian president, the current Nigerian president, Mr. Tinubu. His name is Tinubu. The guy is aging. His mental capacities are decreasing. He sleeps during an important meetings. And so the Nigerian peoples are not happy. And imagine, he was elected recently in the recently concluded elections in Nigeria. It is a right of a citizen to speak about the condition of the president. Number 6 is about the bill, the election bills. Your justifications in line with the justification put forward by the government's official spokesperson regarding the election bills is not in place. Because this election bill was not deliberated upon, because you know the parliamentary procedures when when a bill is being discussed, all the members have to express their views about the bills, about all the articles in the bills. They have to express their observations and suggestions so that the bill is appropriate. And then finally it has to be passed. That one was the third and the final reading. But the way it was actually passed was controversial. There was no consensus around the elections bill. And imagine, this is an important bill that is going to guide the whole electoral process in 2024, if the elections are going to be conducted. So as citizens who believe in democracy, as citizens who believe in parliamentary procedures of enacting and rectifying bills, we said the way it was done was not correct. It actually caused an uproar, and a lot of them walked out. So it was not acceptable. The parliament was divided over this. And remember, this is a coalition government. It's a government of national unity. It involves various political forces that actually are signatories to the revitalized peace agreement. Yes, Jonko?
Yeah, the point that I want to make, I don't want to add a lot, but you brought a very good point, that actually the bill was not, read, and all the members are not really aware of it. And the reason that always, any project, any bill should be read first time, two times, second, third, fourth, and all these things, is for people or members of parliament to understand, the articles out of that bill one by one, because they need to master it. They need to understand. When they understand, they make a right decision, the right judgment. But they were not allowed. And giving actually the fact that a member of National Legislative Assembly, not all of them, are really professional in language. Most of them, they don't read and they don't understand, what this article. For instance, do you remember when we were still one Sudan? I recall very well when Dr. Trabi, he just won, to sideline somebody in the parliament because he knows that guy. Ismu James kan anamar Romania to constituencies. For what I use, very classical Arabic because the South Sudanese that ما بيعرف. فقالوا يا أخي يا المتحدث القادم العضو المحترم الذي يشغل النمرة ولا النمرة حاجة كده 153 مقعد 153 كده جاوب باللغة العربية كده ما مفهوم وبعد كده الناس مشوا because he doesn't want that person, because if that person actually knew what they are talking about, هو بيسأل so many questions and he will understand. And then اللاين مشى وخلاص they عمل deliberation and James وكجارة فايدو قال له يا زولو ما جيناك قبيل انت ما يتكلمت, you pass it on. So the idea is it has to be read, it has to be debated thoroughly, and then anyone that have a question, they can weigh in and to understand, بنود الموجودة. This is the purpose of the reading and deliberation and debate and discussion, and all this session are meant for a reason. Like they just want the because they don't want this as the whatever. You remember that guy? So this guy, they did not even understand what has been discussed, and they went ahead and passed it. And that's actually sad. And you brought a very, very, very solid point right there, So I thought it was good, to mention that point. And that's why I wanted to weigh in. Fadl, go ahead.
Thank you, Jonkor, for that additional information. ترابي طبعا رجل كان ساخر جدا. فقام مرر لك العضو اللي انت ذكرته ده بس باللغه عربيه فصحى. طيب, let me continue. For the issue of the election bill, it was not passed in a way that is in line with the normal or the ordinary parliamentary procedures. It was completely against the business conduct of the National Assembly. And it was intentionally done that way because if you look in the video, if you watch the video, the Speaker of the House was saying, "Girl, give microphone there. The mulu got microphone there. We're doing that. Kalam shouting disorder in the House. Min Speaker of that House. أمشي شوف الفيديو أستاذ منون. يعني الأوردر في أسمبلي اليوم داك مفقود من الشير بتاع هاوس. في برلمان في حاجة اسمه communication from the chair. الcommunication يوم داك was lost in the house. أنا قعدت في البرلمان بتاع جوبا ده كتير when I was working as a journalist reporting للجريدة بتاعي.
Give a chance for some few hands so that we reach to consensus. So I'm asking that if you can give us chance so that we can say some few things on this issue and then later on we can go for voting.
بقيت واعي ذاته بالثقافة البرلمانية وطريقة الناس بيتكلموا بيها وكده. كويس. فنحن عارفين البروسيديرز بتاع البرلمان. لكن إجازة بتاع القانون ده أجازوا بصورة مثيرة للجدل ومخالفة لكل المعايير والإجراءات البرلمانية في إجازة مشاريع القوانين. فحصل في البرلمان اليوم داك فوضى عديل كده نقولوا لك بالكلمة دي. كويس؟ وكان مقصود يعني ناس الحزب بتاعتكم في البرلمان من الرئيس للأعضاء الثانيين هم كانوا قاصدين انه يتم تمرير الحاجه دي كده. ومدام نونو كومبا هيرسيلف جاء ذكر انه الناس صوتوا للقانون ده 210 البرلمان فوقه كم؟ فوقه
550
210 يا صوتوا للقانون ده. اقسم 500 ده و50 على 2 نصه كم؟ خلينا نقسم ده 550. ال50 نصه ممكن يكون 25 صح؟
نعم.
طيب العدد اللي صوت للقانون ما بيلحق نص النصاب القانوني في البرلمان. يبقى البرلمان كويس ما أجاز القانون. دي فيها محددة أن SPLM هم اللي أجازوا القانون والعدد اللي صوت للقانون 210 بحسب تصريح بتاع نونو كومبا. معناه القضية دي مثيرة للجدل. عشان كده أنا كنت قاعد أقول لو الرئيس بعد عودته من الولايات المتحدة لو وقع القانون ده في الأجواء المشحونة السياسية دي ده ممكن يكون سبب من الأسباب ممكن تقود للحرب. والشريك بتاعتكم الأساسي ناس SPLM طلعوا بيان قبل ما الرئيس يسافر الولايات المتحدة. طلعوا بيان ب3 أيام قبل ما يسافر يتكلموا فوق كله عن الانتهاكات الحاصلة للاتفاقية ويتكلموا فوق عن البنود العالقة في الاتفاق. وكلام ده ما عملوه سائد، عملوه متزامن مع زيارة بتاعنا مع سفر بتاع الرئيس لنيويورك عشان يوروا المجتمع العالمي إنه الاتفاقية ما ماشي. لأنه الرئيس ماشي يقول للناس الاتفاقية ماشي، فهم لازم يقعدوا في المكتب السياسي ويطلعوا البيان بتاعهم ده. والبيان كان صحيح، ما كلنا متابعين للاتفاقية تنفيذ بتاع الاتفاقية. فنحن لما نقول إنه الرئيس لما يوقع على الحاجة دي قد يكون سبب من اسباب بتاع اندلاع الحرب في البلاد. انا هنا بنقول وفقا للقرايه اللي احنا شايفينه الان، البلد الان امام ازمه سياسيه كبيره. انت يا استاذ منون لو ما بتشوف الكلام ده فنحن شايفينه، او انت بتكون شايفه لكن مطنش حالك كويس. فده برنامج خطير يا اخوي. طبعا كلام توج قال انه الرئيس كير يا المرشح بتاعهم وانتم ما عندكم الحق تتكلموا انه كير should step aside. ما ده طبعا كلام بتاعهم ناس ال SPLM وما بعلق عليه كثير. ده بيوري انه ال SPLM ما مهتم بمستقبل البلد، لانه لو مهتم بمستقبل البلد الكلام اللي احنا قلناه قبل ده مفترض ياخذوا ماخذ الجد، بالدليل ان احنا قدمنا لهم ذات امثله من دول اخرى. يعني ما الوضع دي ما وضع استثنائي لساوث السودان. فالرد اللي رد بيه توج ده الرد بيوهي انهم كحركه شعبيه للتحرير السودان زعامه كير مياديد لا يهتمون بمستقبل البلاد ولا يهمهم امر البلاد، وبالتالي هم مع حاله الرئيس الحاليه وهم مع تصريحات كوال منيان التي قال فيها للرئيس يجب ان تحكم البلاد الى ان ترحل. يعني كويس، ده السياسه الماشيه. لكن الشو اللي احنا عملناه الليله، الشو ده قصدناه يكون تشالنج لكم كناس بتاع SPLM، لكن جيتوا واثبتوا لنا انه ذات your thoughts are very shallow وانه انتم ما قاعدين تنظروا لقدام للمستقبل بتاع البلد. والتشالنج ده will still remain. The challenge remain. آخر حاجة عشان الناس تانيين يتكلموا. Provide the accurate information regarding the number of schools in the country. ده كلام بتاع توج. الداتابيس بتاع education للمينستري بتاع general education and instruction. إذا أنت ككادر بتاع SPLM كمؤيد للحكومة الموجودة، حكومة القاعدة في السلطة 18 سنة، لو داير تعرف كم مدارس بنيتوا you go to the database، امشي اسألهم عشان يوروك عشان تيجي تتحاجج بيه هنا. ده كان الكلام انا قصدته.
نعم.
انا ما قصدته بطريقة اخرى انه انا اوفر الرقم. انا ذا ما بعرف انتوا بنيتوا كم مدارس. كويس؟ وانا قلت الكلام ده بناء على وجودي في ساوث السودان قبل ما اطلع. ما في اي حاجه ماشي، وبعلمي انه من SPLM شال البلد ده للهرب up to now development ده بقى كلمه كده بعيده. فانتوا ما بتقدر تتحاججوا معانا يا كوادر الحركه الشعبيه ولا اعضاء الحركه ولا SPLM sympathizers. كويس؟ طبعا منون ما sympathizer. منون is deeply into the business with the SPLM, evidently by being a chairperson of a chapter in the US. لكن توج طبعا انا ما بعرف عنه كثير، قد يكون عضو لكن انا ما عندي هنا انفورميشن بعدين. المهم هو زول بتاع SPLM في النهايه. فده يمكن الرد انا داير نرد. اخر شيء انه كلام اللي قاله عبد الله قرن في السوشيال ميديا هنا المنابر اللي بتكون ماشيه عندنا المعارضات. طبعا انا قلت كلام المره اللي فاتت، انا قلت انه المعارضات خشم بيوت. كويس؟ ده كلام انا قلته المره اللي فاتت. المعارضه السودانيه الجنوبيه ما موحده، والاسباب بتاع عدم توحيدها كثيره. كويس؟ لكن خليني اركز في واحد. عندنا اخوه في تنظيمات معارضه اخرى اختلافنا معهم في شنو؟ في الخطاب. والسبب بتاع التصادم مع هؤلاء الاخوه من فينه لاخرى هو الخطاب. احنا بنختلف معهم شنو؟ في الخطاب المثير للنعرات بتاعت الكراهية والتفرقة ما بين المواطنين في نفس البلد الواحد. ده ان احنا بنختلف فوقه مع الاخوة في المعارضات الاخرى، والكلام ده نحن ما دسيناه، ونحن قلنا هنا كم مرة ودخلنا في نقاشات وجدل كثير.
وتعريف القضية في البلد.
التعريف المشكلة ذاته في البلد، في ناس بيعرف المشكلة انه المشكلة ده مجتمع محدد كويس، وفي حملة ماشي في الدوائر الدولية حول القضية دي. في حملة ماشي في دوائر دولية عشان يقنعوا دوائر دولية انه الجماعة الإثنية الفلانية هي المشكلة بتاع البلد. يعني احنا عندنا معلومات احنا ما عايزين نقوله هنا كويس. وفي حملة بتاعت الخطاب المليء بمشاعر سلبية، مشاعر بتاع الكره. فنحن بنجابه الخطاب ده من وقت إلى آخر، ولشدة انزعاجي من الموضوع ده. أنا المرة اللي فاتت أنا قلت أنا أعلنت الهرب، والهرب اللي أنا أعلنته ما هرب ضد الشعب بتاع البلد، أنا قلت ده هرب إعلامي ضد الناس ديل اللي الأفراد اللي ورا الدعاية والبروباغندا الماشي في الميديا دي، أصحاب خطاب بتاع هاطب ليل الماشي في السوشيال ميديا ده. أنا قلت أن نستهدف الجماعة ديل والحرب يكون ضدهم كويس. وتكلمت وقلت إنه الحرب الجماعة ديل هم بيعملوا ده ممكن يبقى واقع في يوم من الأيام على الأرض. ليه؟ لأن أنا ما قلت كلامنا من فراغ. أنا ما تشوفني كده، أنا قريت كتاب بتاع كارول بيرغر. المضمون بتاع الكتاب ده السيناريو القاصدين انه يحصل ورا الكتاب ده السيناريو بتاع رواندا، ده السيناريو بتاع المحرقه بتاع اليهود في اوروبا. ده الملخص بتاع كتاب بتاع كارول بيرغر. والكتاب ده يوم من الايام كان بايبل بيبشروا به هنا، ولا الان لسه في افراد بيبشروا بالكلام ده. في كتاب ثاني يتكتب في ساوث السودان، يعني اسمه ساوث السودان شنو كده اثنيسيتي. الكونتنت بتاعه مشابه تماما لكتاب بتاع كارول بيرغر. وانا عندي كتب تانيين اللي كتبوا ناس سياسيين كبار. الكلام الموجود في الكتب ده ياول قاعدين يبشروه هنا في السوشيال ميديا. انا لما بقيت جادي شديد كويس وعاملين تهدي، الناس دي بقى يهادنوا، بقى يقولوا لا نحن ما عايزين حرب، نحن عايزين سلام. حرب الميديا ده اسهل حرب كويس. بقى في ناس بيقول يا اخي انت زول مثقف ما تكون كده، انت زول قائد بتاع الحزب ما تكون كده، ارجع للحاجه اللي كنت بتعمل فوقه. كلام كثير اتقال ما بقدر بذكره ليه كله. فانا قلت انتوا هنحارب في جبهتين، هنحارب الحكومه الظالمه الفاشله، حكومه بتاع سلفا كير ده اللي ضيع احلام بتاع شعب، وهنحاربكم انتوا الافراد اللي بتنشطوا في السوشيال ميديا تقدموا خطاب بدل ما توحدوا به الناس، تخلوا الناس يكرهوا انفسهم به. الاخوه المعارضين دين ما كل اي كلام هم بيقولوا يا كعب، في كلام كثير كويس جدا هم بيقولوا، وهم بيشوتوا بيرموا كويس. انت لما تشوت الكوره لازم تعرف انت قاعد تشوت فيها مرمى كويس. بس في بعض الاحيان هم بيخلوا الخطاب الجميل ده وبيمشوا للخطاب بتاع نعرات، خطاب اللي بيلحب مشاعر سلبيه يعني في الناس. وانت لما تسالهم يقول لك لا نحن ما قاصدين كده وما بنكره اي زول، ده مظالم. لكن عندما تقوم تخلط تعبر عن مظالم وقوم تغلفوا بالكراهيه ده ما تكون مقبول. في اسئله انا سالته هنا. اول حاجه قلنا يا جماعه ساوث السودان ده بلد بتاعت قبائل، والسياسه في البلد ما يقوم على قبائل، السياسه تقوم على رؤيه ومبادئ سياسيه محدده. ولو في نخبة سياسية حاكمين مهما كان بينحدروا من أي مجتمع وهم كالنخبة فشلوا، فالفشل بتاعهم ما يحاسب على المجتمع اللي هم بينحدروا منه. الفشل هم يحاسبوا عليهم. ففي المعارضات الأخرى الفشل به سلفا كير ده والنخبة الحاكمين معه كويس بيقوم بيشيلوا وبيرموه في رقبة المجتمع اللي سلفا كير جاي منه والناس التانيين اللي معه. دي نقطة بتاعت خلاف جوهري بين مع الإخوة المعارضين التانيين، وده نقطة ما هتتغير بسهولة. دي نقطة ما هتتغير لأن النقاط الخلافية دي ما بتتغير إلا بوفاق أو بتغييرات تانية ممكن تحدث مستقبلا. هنا عندنا معلومات ما عايزين نقوله هنا. الشيء اللي بيحصل في اجتماعات خلف الأبواب المغلقة عندنا معلومات قد بيوصلنا من الجماعات ديل، لكن أنا هنكشف معلومات زي ده في وقته. لكن هم زادوا كشفوا جزء كبير جدا منه في المنابر اللي قاعد تدور هنا from time to time. فنحن أقدر على قيادة الحملة السياسية ضد الحكومة ومواجهة الخطاب الماشي عكس التيار دي. أنا أقدر على مواجهة هذا الخطاب. المهم ده ما موضوع بتاع النهارده، لكن لطالما انت جبته وسرتوج فحبينا نحن نفسح او نعلق شويه ونوضح لك في الموضوع ده كويس. المساله دي ما مساله بتاعت لعب. المساله ده نحن جادين فوقه وقاصدين الكلام اللي كنا بنقوله. المهم كده ما نخلي الناس تانيين يقدر يتكلم.
أشكرك كل الشكر تشيرمان الأستاذ دنجير أيوك لمداخلة. وبهذا القدر أنا يا جماعة أنا بقوم بقفل الفيسبوك ونحن هنمشي نستمر كلاب هاوس. نحن قعدنا 4 ساعات لكن في ناس عندنا نفرين. أنا بديهم الفرصة هنا. أنا شايف سليمان بيجي وبمشي. أنا ما أعرف معلول لو قفلنا بعدين بوراه هيجي يقول لي أنتوا قفلتوني برا وما خلينوني يتكلم وما أعرف إيه. إسناد ما ممكن تيجي وتمشي. فالمهم انا نقفل فيسبوك، لكن قبل ما نقفل انا بدي مدام هيلين تتكلم ودنجديد. I want you to take care from there while I'm closing down here the Facebook وانا بيجي بالحكم هنا فيما بعد.
Yeah, let me say this. مدام هيلينا هي اتكلمت قبل انه قال كتبت في تعليق قال يا جونكور ودنجديد انتوا ليه قال انتم منعين تجيبوني فوق. ما في زول مانع زول في منبرنا. احنا ما بنمنع الزول انه يجي يتكلم، لكن عندنا شروط. لما تيجي تتكلم هنا you must be rational, you must be objective. اوكي في الكلام بتاعتك. فما في زول منعتك. مدام هيلين فيليباتير you are welcome to speak about القضيه اللي احنا بنقوله ده. في منبرنا بنمنع الزول ما ينفلت يقول كلام او يسيء لاي زول كويس. So when you are coming up here, please make sure that you are objective, you are rational. ده الحاجات اللي احنا بنقصده كويس. لكن ما في زول ممكن بيمنعونا. احنا مؤمنين بمبدا بتاع الديمقراطيه وانه كل الناس تتكلم يعني. فاذا كنا الناس ديمقراطيين ما تمنع اي زول يتكلم. انت ادي زول فرصه يتكلم، لكن لو اساء استخدام الفرصه المقدم له بعد كده بتقدر تحاكمه. فتفضل يا مدام هيلينا افتح المايك بتاعك.
معلش انا شايف نايده واستاذ منون كانوا بعمل بلينك. انا ما اعرف
المايك بتاعك يا كونجوك. ام سوري منون ما تفتح الفرصه دي نديه للسيده.
نحن بهذا القدر نحن بنقفل الفيسبوك هنا. كنتوا معنا في كنسان سيريزم ساعة السودان. نلتقيكم إن شاء الله next week with another episode. Thank you and have a lovely night.
Shinaranya, Yazanda, Gatare Bowena Paya, Rustic and Pussy Gatare Bowena Paya, Yazanda, Gatare Bowena Paya, Rati Puri Gatare Bowena Paya, Yazanda, Gatare Bowena Paya, Upper America, Nirikatiachi Undoronya, Upper Texas. Sonere Katianga Umerania Willy Basso Popino Nari Girana Gaja Willy Nasso Popino Yari Girana Mora What do Moti Parade Willy Katianga Umerania What do Moti Parade Kajanga Shinarinda Williams on the Nirikajare Bowena Paya Nirikajare Bowena Paya Gadia Another Kajanga Shinaranya Nirikajare Bowena Paya Gadia Another Kajanga Umeranya Nirikajare Bowena Paya Gadia Another Kajanga Shinaranya Nirikajare Bowena Paya When I package it back, me now will it caracanako. Carana Pasicaja, me now will it Casumaneria. When I package it back, me now will it caracaneria. When I package it back, me now will it caracanako. Yeah, minada katia chundaranya. Williams on the Nirikatia Bowena Paya. Nirikatia Bowena Paya. Gadia, another Katianga Shinaranya. Nirikatia Bowena Paya. Rustic and Pussy Katia Bowena Paya. Nirikatia Bowena Paya. Rati Puri Katia Bowena Paya. Nirikatia Bowena Paya. Nyamanga wakarakanam, emanyi wakasungana, emanyi wakarakanamo. Nina wili kasunganako, Nina umele kanjara foko. Nina wili kasunganeri, Nina wili karakanako. Yeah, Nina umele kanjara dio. Nina wili karakanamo. Baby, me now, Maracos, Manama.